Hello, good morning, and welcome aboard to the Tuesday edition of the AM show on Joy News. We're so glad to have you join us this morning. Now, here are matters arising this morning that we'll be discussing on our news review. The first is that government's newly proposed value for money office is already generating debate across the governance and procurement space. So, authorities say the office is intended to scrutinize public contracts and also ensure that the state gets real value from every peso spent, particularly at a time when concerns over inflated contracts and also wasteful expenditure continue to dominate public discourse. But here's the thing. Critics are asking whether this becomes a truly independent accountability mechanism or simply another layer of bureaucracy with overlapping mandates. We'll delve into that on our news review today. Also this morning, the Legal Education Reform Bill has officially received presidential assent. Now, this marks a significant shift in Ghana's legal education landscape. So the reforms are expected to address long-standing concerns about access to professional legal training, the capacity of the Ghana School of Law, and also the broader question of standards within the legal profession. But really, what will this mean for legal jurisprudence, legal training, and also the future of the bar in Ghana? And there's some positive news too on the economy, because Fitch Ratings has upgraded Ghana's credit rating from B- to B. This is reflecting some growing confidence in the country's fiscal recovery efforts and debt restructuring program, and also, most importantly, macroeconomic stability. So government sees it as a validation that the economy is turning the corner. But look, many Ghanaians are asking a bigger question. When will these improvements translate into lower prices, stronger businesses, and real relief for the ordinary Ghanaian? To help us break it all down this morning, we'll be joined by Awal Mohammed. He's member of the NPP Communications Directorate. We'll also be joined by Dr. Bernard Tutu-Buahene. He's lecturer in political marketing at the University of Education, Winneba. We'll also be joined by Hope Senadoye. He's director of field operations for the United Party. And finally, Mohammed Bataglia. He's MP for Sisala East and also board member of the Tema Oil Refinery. Well, this is the AM show on Joy News. Stay with us. I will bring you some news after this breather. My name is Denise Yapomaiji. So glad you could join us.
Across Ghana, in communities big and small, ordinary people are doing extraordinary things. This is the Joy News Impact Makers Awards 2026, celebrating those who are changing lives, shaping futures, and building hope. From Bimbila in the northern region, Faith Jakpasu is transforming classrooms through innovation, inclusive learning, and life-changing initiatives for students, teachers, and vulnerable communities. From Aflao in the Volta region, Felix Akakpo is building schools, supporting students, and investing in the future of an entire community. In health, from Winneba in the central region, Amos Ando is turning his personal battle with sickle cell into a national movement for awareness, prevention, and policy change. From Nkwanta in the Oti region, Bless Lantam is delivering life-changing healthcare to hard-to-reach communities, even in the face of conflict. From Insawamed Wedri in the eastern region, Antonio Say is restoring mobility, dignity, and opportunity through prosthetics and outreach across Ghana. From Adenta in the Greater Accra region, Valerie Ajatia is empowering amputees with hope, rehabilitation, and the courage to rebuild their lives. From Anyanui and Noga in the Volta region, Reverend Christian Valeto is rescuing, treating, and reintegrating neglected mental health patients back into society. From
Welcome back. This is AM News. In our very first story, for many patients battling cancer and other life-threatening conditions, the cost of treatment can be overwhelming. Beginning June 2026, the Ghana Medical Trust Fund says its nationwide support program, Mahama Cares, will start providing financial relief for patients requiring expensive specialist care. Collins Frimpong has more in the following report.
The Board of Trustees of the Ghana Medical Trust Fund approved a pilot phase involving 50 patients in February to test systems for patients onboarding, treatment monitoring and claims management at a cost of 4.8 million Ghana cedis. Following the pilot phase, Administrator of the fund, Adjo Obobia Dakon Opoku, says the program is set for nationwide rollout in June, beginning with support for various cancer treatments.
The Board of Trustees approved an initial benefit package focused on cancers. The package currently includes comprehensive support for breast cancer, cervical cancer, prostate cancer, and childhood cancers such as leukemia, lymphoma, soft tissue sarcomas, retinoblastomas, and nephroblastomas. Additional disease conditions will be included in the benefit package by the end of the year.
As part of efforts to improve specialist healthcare delivery, she also disclosed that the fund will invest about 36 million cedis into specialist training across the country.
The Trust Fund has entered into strategic partnerships with the Ghana College of Physicians and Surgeons to expand specialist training centers and decentralize postgraduate medical education nationwide. We have also established similar collaborations with the Ghana College of Nurses and Midwives and the Ghana College of Pharmacists to train 100 specialist pharmacists and 100 nurse specialists in oncology, nephrology, cardiology, endocrinology, and neurology. The Ghana Medical Trust Fund has made a strategic investment of 36,234,475 Ghana cedis into the specialist training program as part of efforts to strengthen Ghana's specialist healthcare workforce and improve equitable access to specialist care nationwide.
She further announced plans to establish at least 3 comprehensive cancer centers nationwide.
It is therefore our vision to establish at least 3 comprehensive cancer centers capable of providing integrated diagnostics, chemotherapy, radiotherapy, and advanced treatment modalities, including technologies such as the gamma knife systems and state-of-the-art diagnostic centers across the country, starting with the Ridge Hospital as our pilot project.
To qualify for support under the program, applicants must be Ghanaian citizens and registered NHIS card holders. Collins Frimpong's reports for Joy News, Accra.
Away from health, commuters, traders and residents at Kanishi are raising concerns over the growing accidents following the closure of the footbridge. They say pedestrians, including shoppers and traders carrying goods, are now forced to cross the busy highway at great risk, especially at night. They're calling on authorities to speed up reconstruction works to protect lives and ease movement in the area. Nancy Kumson's report, read to you.
The closure of the Kanishi footbridge has left many pedestrians with limited options for crossing the busy stretch. A temporary zebra crossing has been introduced to support people to move dangerously between vehicles and oncoming traffic. A trader at Kanishi, Kate, says the situation has become worrying, particularly for traders and shoppers who carry goods across the road. In
the evenings, drivers park on the zebra crossing to pick up passengers. This makes it difficult for pedestrians to cross the road safely.
Because kana park lodu man ya blekuma kaswa so onya kwan to onya kwan twemu to le kana okofa echile na car born ti be slem mu fara fon kasa.
For more than a month after the footbridge was closed, some residents and commuters say they are disappointed. Reconstruction works have still not begun. They fear the delay could lead to more accidents if urgent action is not taken.
Ever since they closed, nothing has been done to. I don't know why. They closed it all right because the bridge is now dangerous, but nothing is supposed to be done after they've closed it.
And they have been passed. So if it's I know she too much.
The accidents that have occurred here are very serious. They promised to reconstruct this bridge a long time ago, but nothing has been done yet.
The situation is also affecting motorists who regularly use the Kaneshin stretch. One driver says the temporary crossing and increased pedestrian activity on the road have worsened congestion, with traffic often building up to adjoining intersections during rush hour.
The traffic situation has become severe. Authorities need to speed up the reconstruction as the congestion is slowing down business activities.
Commuters, traders, and residents are therefore appealing to city authorities and the assembly to expedite reconstruction works on the footbridge. Nancy Kumson's report for Joy News.
From Accra, let me take you up north. Children in rural communities in Ghana's Upper East region rarely get the opportunity to experience the thrill of standing on a stage and competing in a spelling contest before a large audience, an experience many only see on television. But for dozens of students in the Nabdam district, that dream has become a reality. 42 junior high school students from 21 schools participated in the second edition of the Nappiness Spell World Extravaganza 2026, organized by the youth-led group Nappiness Network. The event aimed to help improve literacy among children. Correspondent Albert Sori reports.
Your word is key.
The second edition of the Nappiness Spell World Extravaganza 2026, held at the Gibeath Ha Elohim Spiritual Center Auditorium, brought together students, parents, teachers, community members, and traditional leaders in a celebration of literacy and education. Contestants showcased their spelling skills in a competitive format where they spelled words pronounced to them. As the rounds progressed, those who misspelled words were gradually eliminated until a winner emerged. Sylvester Anaba, a student of Lokre Junior High School, emerged as the overall winner of this year's competition.
It has made me confident. So first, when I stood at people, I was shaking, so I was afraid. But now, because I stood in front of a lot of people, I'm now confident. I'm sure if I go back, I promise, I'll encourage like my juniors to also learn how to.
Reverend Rosemond Anaba, guest of honor and wife of the founder of the Fountain Gate Chapel, Reverend Iswood Anaba, who was also one of the sponsors of the program, encouraged the students to remain dedicated to their studies, emphasizing that their rural backgrounds should not limit their aspirations.
The Bible says, though thy beginning be small, yet shall thy latter end greatly increase. Discipline is needed. The decision you must take, the determination that must push you, and then the daily discipline. The last is defiance. Defiance is when you refuse every limitation. People will come to you and say, hey, the people from your family, they don't go this far. You won't go, you won't make it. You will hear all kinds of things, but you must be defiant. You must be determined. You must tell yourself that this thing I'm doing, by all means, I will break through it.
Organizers, the Nappiness Network, say the initiative is part of their broader mission to transform lives through education, mentorship, and community engagement. Sandra Sori is the founder.
We are looking to expand the spell world beyond this district, reaching other communities, and in the near future, establishing a regional championship that will give even more young people the opportunity to shine. As we look ahead, we invite more individuals and organizations to join us in this journey, because together we can do even more. Our vision is simple but powerful. A future where every child, regardless of their background, has access to quality education, the confidence to believe in themselves, and the opportunity to reach their full potential.
Regina Nagrog, a winner of the maiden edition and a student of the Congo Junior High School, shared how the competition had positively impacted her life, boosting her confidence and academic focus.
Through the mentorship I received, I learned how to speak boldly, think critically, and believe in myself. For the very first time in my life, and that was when I was invited on radio to speak. I remember how scared I felt, but I also remember how proud I was when I finished. Today, I do not just present myself here as a former winner, but as a proof that this network really works.
Representatives from the Ghana Education Service who attended the event commended the organizers and called on stakeholders and sponsors to support subsequent editions. Reporting for Joy News, Albert Sori, Damo Tundongo, Nabdam District.
From the Upper East, let's head to the Upper West. For 26 years, WA has waited for a courthouse that remains unfinished despite being declared 90% complete. The abandoned project has forced judges, lawyers and litigants to keep operating in cramped courtrooms. After inspecting the site, Parliament's Judiciary Committee accused contractor Project 7 Limited of misrepresenting progress on the multi-million city complex, which is expected to house 3 high and secure courtrooms and also offices. Joy News' Upper West Regional Correspondent Rafiq Salam reports.
The court complex never had an easy run. Contractors missed deadlines, construction stalled. At one point, then Chief Justice Sophia Akufo visited the site, certified the structure was sound, and work resumed. What followed became a 9-day wonder. The contractor disappeared again, citing unpaid bills. Weeds took over the site. The unfinished courtrooms doubled as pens for sheep and goats and a hideout for suspected criminals. Meanwhile, litigants kept crowding into the same small old courtrooms. Frustrated by the snail's pace, authorities terminated the contract and handed it to Project 7 Limited. Work restarted a few years ago with a target: commission the complex as a pattern gift during the 2025 Ghana Bar Conference in WA. That deadline came and went. Contractors now say the project is about 90% complete, but when members of Parliament Judicial Committee visited the site on Monday, they didn't see it. Led by consultant Sylvester Dere of Northwest Consortium Limited, the MPs toured the site and came away unimpressed. The work didn't match the claim, and the structure wasn't even disability friendly. An angry committee chairman, Nkoko MP Joseph Frempong, voiced what everyone was thinking.
I'm highly disappointed, because what we were told in Accra is not what we are seeing here. All the members here will attest to that, because we were told the work was 90% done somewhere December last year, and we are in the 5th month, and look at the state of the building. Besides that, this building is not disability friendly. And it is in our bylaws that every building must be disability friendly so that everybody can have access to the building. But that's not what we are seeing here.
Ranking member and Laura MP Bidzeden agreed.
And so we knew that if those outstanding certificates were paid, it will give liquidity to the contractor, and the contractor will now be able to complete the remaining work before submitting his final certificate. And so we are coming to see that in addition to what had been done before he came to complain to us, after payment, he will complete the rest of the work. That's not what we have come to see. We have moved around the building, and even the building itself, the main building, is still not complete. Not talk about the surroundings, the additional works. We have seen the additional works which are supposed to be done. But the main building that we thought would have been complete, it should have been completed.
Zabzugu MP Umar Al-Hassan had a mixed reaction.
We have inspected, we have observed, and now my appeal to my other committee colleagues is that anytime you approve, try and visit site to ensure that whatever they come to tell us in Accra is what is actually taking place.
What angered them most was the absence of the contractor, Project 7 Limited.
And so the disappointment is that contractor is not here. He has pocketed his money, but the remaining, we'll deal with him when we get to Accra.
We told the consultant that he should make available to the committee the IPCs which have been paid to the contractor so far. It is when we get the IPCs that we can determine the level of work that has been done and the payment that has been effected. And if payment has been made and the work has not been done, then we'll surely take the contractor to task.
Until then, the old story continues in where crowded rooms, shouted case calls, litigants waiting in the heat. The complex was meant to end that. For now, it is just another abandoned site with a 90% completion claim and 26 years of broken promises behind it.
This is the Wa High Court complex, which was started some 26 years ago. This is a project that several millions of Ghana cedis has been paid into. They have given to the contractors, and yet the project hasn't been completed. It is a wish of the Parliamentary Committee on Judiciary that the project should be completed before the next budget hearing. Reporting for Joy News, Rafiq Salam. Wa.
Let's do some business now. Ratings agency Fitch is projecting that the inflation rate will start going up marginally in the coming months. However, it says inflation will still be within the single digits band throughout the year. Details in the following report.
Month of April went up marginally to reach 3.4%, and Fitch is projecting that it will continue on the path in the coming month. The increase, according to the rating agency, has been influenced by the current development in the Middle East, which has seen the price of crude oil hit record levels. However, the good news is that it will start slowing by the end of this year, falling back within the single-digit band. The IMF and the World Bank have all projected in various reports that inflation will be under 8% by the end of this year. Fitch, in the country assessment report, also forecast that the Bank of Ghana will pause the recent policy rate reduction as a measure to try and check inflation. Fitch is also looking at GDP growth remaining at an average of 5%, which will be supported by rising gold prices, declining cost of borrowing, and a less restrictive policy stance. On the huge domestic debt exchange program debt payment that will be made from next year, Fitch noted that due to the improvement in the economy, Ghana will be in a position to meet all these obligations. Government is also looking at the option of buying back some of the domestic debt exchange program bonds before maturity.
Also, Executive Director of the Center for Policy Scrutiny, Dr. Akosua, has urged government to ensure that the yet-to-be-established value-for-money office delivers tangible results by lowering the cost of doing business and improving private sector access to credit. Speaking to Joy Business following the assent to the Value for Money Office Act by President Mahama, Dr. Sarkodie said the office's credibility will depend on whether it reduces waste in public procurement and eases the fiscal pressure that keeps interest rates high.
So we have something called the real value and the nominal value. So if we're able to get a lower inflation and enforce contracts, get the best out of it, government will end up spending less and getting more out path of their borrowing, and then we'll get more on the market to be borrowed by the private sector, as we all know. So yes, the government must spend, but they must spend prudently, they must spend efficiently, they must spend on projects that have, self-financing. I always make this point with my friends that your expenditure must bring future income. So as a government, my advice is that whatever the government spends on must generate future income. So at the end of the day, we can all have a better Ghana.
Well, that's it for business news. Don't forget that the AM show is sponsored by Shield Silicone Paints from Azar Group, Syntex Pipes, and Time Herbal Mixture. Now, ladies and gentlemen, as we enjoy today's moments, remember to keep your body refreshed and your energy right with Fresh Drop Still Natural Mineral Water. Fresh Drop Still Natural Mineral Water is not just any water. It's natural and mineral rich that keeps you going. So whether you're dancing, cheering, networking, or simply enjoying the moment, Fresh Drop Still Natural Mineral Water helps you stay cool, refreshed, and fully present. So grab a bottle available in 500 ml, 20-liter jars, and sachets. For bulk purchase or inquiries, call 055-2250-290. And that's it for AM News. For more news, please do log on to myjoyonline.com. My name is Denicia Pomaije. Up next is sports. Enjoy the rest of the show. Have a lovely Tuesday.
Another week is here on the greatest of all time show. My name is Giovanni Clip, and tonight we're bringing you talent. Contestant number one, let's bring Baby Girl. Let's bring. He did it for you.
Cut. Oh, there is a leakage.
Where's the plumber? For quality and durability, insist on Syntex pipes. If you want quality, this be where you belong. Strong, tough, and reliable. Your perfect match to your trusted Syntex pipe. Syntex pipe, it they carry water, no wahala. Syntex pipe, it they make water they flow. Syntex, and you're strong, and you're tough.
Changing, so should you. If you're dreaming, don't be afraid. I'm in the valleys. Keep your head up high. Got to dream with Puma drinks. Puma. Yeah, believe it, you can achieve. Puma. Oh yeah, clap your hands for the whole new vibe. Make we set the oh yeah, come alive. Let me hear you. Puma drinks, a whole new vibe. Another quality product from Casa Precon.
This advert is FDA approved.
Welcome to Sulas Enterprise, the shop that deals in industrial machinery such as generators, rice millers, water pumps, compressors, and mowers. From the smallest to the largest capacity, at Sulas Enterprise, we give you nothing but the best from the best brands such as Honda and Perkins. When it comes to our generators, we also sell mowers coming from brands like Honda, Briggs and Straton, and Oleuma. And when it comes to our water pumps, we offer you brands like Lily, and Pedrolo water pumps. We also sell rice millers for all capacities. We are located at Spintex, Kakalika Plaza. Also, find our various locations as displayed on screen, or call us on the following numbers: 0243-839-463 or 0554-154-416 or 0240-541-493.
Sulas Enterprise, where quality meets affordability.
Hi, now let me share my wildlife experience with you at Safari Valley Eco Park.
Welcome to Safari Valley Eco Park.
Our electric shuttle pulled up, and in no time our tour began. We were surrounded by wildlife from the moment we entered the Eco Park. We were greeted by experienced tour guides who took us through orientation and how to better enjoy the experience. Watch these animals roam freely in their natural habitat undisturbed by our presence. We saw zebras, sable antelope, brown crane, mara, silky chicken, nyalas, Shetland ponies, and so many animals I just couldn't keep up. Our tour guides taught us so much about the wildlife, their behavior, and how to interact with them. I even fed them. We also went fishing on a man-made canal. Then we took a break to have lunch in this serene environment. All this amazing experience for this price for adults? This price for teenagers. It's a bargain. As the sun began to set, it was time to go back home, but not before dinner by the campfire. It has been a thrill of a lifetime, and I can't wait till my next visit.
Safari Valley Eco Park, bringing you closer to nature.
When news breaks, there's no pause button. With fast-moving, developing stories, decisions are unfolding, and the nation is watching. This is News Desk, with a very fast and precise tone and attitude, 1 hour. The biggest stories, the clearest facts, politics, governance, security, the economy, not rumors, not speculation, but verified news.
It's clear that the people wanted to change the will of the people of Pandai, but the Supreme Court has affirmed the will of the people.
Backed by context, sharpened by analysis. Here, headlines are not enough. We go beyond the what to ask the why and the what next. Decision makers are questioned, policies are examined, and the facts are allowed to speak without fear, without favor. This is News Desk on Joy News. Independent, fearless, credible.
We'll bring you sports now on the AM show with me, Muftao Nabila Outlive. Former Ghana Black Stars head coach Akufo-Addo, he has been appointed as a member of the 11-team FIFA Technical Study Group for the FIFA World Cup 2026, which will be happening in the USA, Mexico, and Canada. FIFA, via a Zoom meeting with some selected journalists across the world, announced the 11-member committee, technical study group, which included Ghana's Akufo-Addo. The technical team also has former Manchester City defender Pablo Zabaleta as a member of the committee as well. There is also a place for Tobin Heath, Judging Klinsmann, Jane Lando, Michael O'Neill, Gilberto Silva, John Dahl, Paulo Wanchop of Costa Rica, Aaron Winter, the Netherlands, and Pablo Zabaleta, as I mentioned, of Argentina. The panel will be led by senior football expert Pascal Zubilair, and in his conversation with the media on Monday, he revealed that the technical study group have a mandate of ensuring that every single match is given a detailed analysis of the team's performance to guide the media and also fans to appreciate the decisions often taken by coaches during matches. He went on to talk about the fact that this is the first time that about 104 matches in the history of the FIFA World Cup will be studied by this technical study group. And FIFA too, in their statement, also said that the technical study group helps identify trends in the game, prepare future generations for football development, and contribute to making the sport more exciting by highlighting the qualities of players that will be needed in the future. And that is according to Mr. Arsene Wenger, who is FIFA's head of football in Switzerland. And the home of the technical study group will be one that is going to be based in all the host cities of the FIFA World Cup, which is the USA, Mexico, and Canada. Now, let's bring you some stories that has to do with Ghana's staging of the African Athletics Senior Championship. The competition starts today. However, the opening ceremony took place at the University of Ghana Stadium on Monday night. My colleague Fenty Tahiri was there and has details in this report.
The opening ceremony of the African Senior Athletics Championship has concluded. It was a really beautiful ceremony that culminated with the parade of athletes from more than 50 African countries here for this 6-day competition beginning Tuesday. Expectations are very high for Team Ghana. They emerged out to the loudest cheers led by Captain Joseph Kolamo, who is expected them to lead them to gold in the 4x100 meter relay. A couple of really big African athletes are also here as well. Zimbabwe have brought 2 Olympians from Paris 2024 who made the 200-meter final, and they're expected to be big favorites for that event as well as the 4x1. Nigeria's Toby Amison is perhaps the biggest name here in Accra. She is the world record holder in the 100-meter hurdle, and that is just to name a few of some of the biggest names that have descended in Accra for this competition. So the next 6 days should be exciting, and lots of people are looking forward to a wonderful, superb next 6 days of competition here at the University of Ghana Stadium.
It's a big one, and I think that the opening ceremony tells it all. Ghana is ready, and I just hope that the athletes will turn up. You know, we've seen lots of them performing at big levels on the continent and in the world, and hopefully that competition will be brought from now till Sunday when the event will conclude. So I'm expecting big performances every single day, and I just hope that the fans will turn out to cheer the athletes up as they deliver the very best and top performances here in Accra.
My expectations for this year's championship is to see some speed, to see records broken and new records set, to see the likes of Azabati change the narrative for athletics in Ghana, to show them that there's, a space like track and field, there's life in track and field, and it can be fun, and there's so much that can be done in this space.
And I
listening to Abdul Rashid Samin, who's very happy to run here in Ghana for the first time. I know he has been running a lot of times for the nation, but this is the first time to be running for the country. So I'm looking forward to they doing well. I mean, winning a lot of medals. We know most of the big artists will not be presenting our country because of the Diamond Leagues and other engagements in Europe. So we're expecting that the Ghana athletics team will take advantage of that. For me, the Ghana 4x100 team is the one I have very much confidence in.
Now let's hear from a senior vice president of the Confederation of African Athletics, General Retired Jackson Tuye, who also happens to be the president of Athletics Kenya. He says that the organizers of this competition will ensure that the right environment is created for every athlete who is participating in this event to succeed.
Talent and unity of Africa in total in the continent. We further assure participating nations that measures have been put in place to ensure a smooth and secure championship environment for every athlete involved. We are fully prepared for this particular competition and have world-class event worthy of the African Continental Championship. We also expect, of course, that the health, safety, and well-being of every participant remain a major priority throughout the championship period. I encourage athletes to enjoy the hospitality and rich culture of this great country of Ghana. For many athletes, the African Championship represents more than just a competition. It is an opportunity to raise national flags high, build friendship across borders, and continue the tradition of African excellence in athletics. Young athletes who are going to compete here are also expected to gain valuable exposure, competing alongside established continental champions and international stars. The host nation, Ghana, has continued to receive praise from several athletic stakeholders for its efforts and readiness to stage the championship. This nation is expected to deliver an exciting atmosphere filled with passion, entertainment, and top-class performances on the track and in the field events. As Africa once again gathers under one sporting platform, attention will be focused on Accra, where speed, strength, endurance, and determination will define another historic chapter of African athletics. This championship is expected to produce thrilling races, unforgettable moments, and new continental stars as athletes compete not just for medals, but for pride, honor, and the future of African athletics. With those few remarks, I want to encourage all the athletes who will be running to do well, run with friendly atmosphere, within the atmosphere, and gain the friendship that you may not have had before. I'm sure by the time you leave here, you will have found new friends within the African continent so that we can build that friendship together as we go into the future. I wish you all the very best of luck, and may those who have prepared well win the medals and also go back with that pride of having been in this championship. Thank you so much, and I wish you all the very best and God's blessings.
Now let's hear from the president of World Athletics, Sebastian Coe. He's also been speaking, and he says that he's grateful Ghana accepted to host the rest of the continent.
The African Championship stands at the pinnacle of our sport on this beautiful continent. And I'm profoundly grateful to the people of Ghana for hosting the championships for the first time in over 40 years, and with such good grace and excitement. Athletics in Africa is in great shape. The World Relays, for the first time in Africa in Botswana just last weekend, placed the continent at the heart of the global sporting calendar. And the home nation brought down the curtain in spectacular fashion with a win in the last event, the men's 4x400 meter relays. Special congratulations to the Ghana team for securing qualification for the 2027 World Championships in Beijing in the men's 4x100 meter relay. Only 7 days earlier, Kenya's Sebastian Sawe made history at the London Marathon as the first man to officially duck under the 2 hours for the marathon, a landmark day for African and global marathon running. Earlier this year, Kenya, Ethiopia, and Uganda topped the medal table at the World Cross Country Championships in the United States, and Uganda's Jacob Kiplimo set a world half marathon record in Portugal in March. These are achievements that are forever etched in our memories and in the annals and the history of athletics. We are confident that Accra will provide a magnificent stage for the African's greatest athletes to inspire and to entertain over the course of the next 6 days. Athletes from 49 nations will come together in a celebration of human endeavor, excellence, and the relentless pursuit of greatness. We have witnessed throughout the years world stars using these championships as a springboard to future success at the very highest level. We are thankful for the support of you, the fans. You will truly inspire the athletes to be the very best that they can be. And I know that in exchange, they will for sure deliver drama, celebration, excitement, occasionally heartbreak, that the greatest script writers could only ever hope to emulate. I thank the local organizing committee and the Ghana Athletics Federations in meeting the challenges of delivering a championships.
To boxing now, and the Interim Management Committee of the Ghana Boxing Authority have set June 4 for a extraordinary Congress to elect new executives. A statement that was released on Monday by the committee gave some details that on May 14 they will open nominations for interested candidates to begin to pick those forms for the elections, which will be happening on June 4. The committee, which is the GBA, which is currently led by an interim management committee, who have announced the opening of nominations for presidential and board members elections. So the nominations will open from Thursday, May 14, with interested parties expected to vie for positions available. The IMC also announced that the final date for the submission of forms is Tuesday, May 19, before the extraordinary Congress takes place to elect new leaders. All the details were outlined in a press release, as I mentioned. So these are the positions that will be contested for: president, first vice president, second vice president, 4 executive board members, and a treasurer. The picking of forms by candidates, the opening date is Thursday, May 14, 2026, and the final submission date is Tuesday, 19th May 2026. Nomination forms must be duly completed, signed by proposer and seconders, and endorsed by the candidate. Each nomination must be accompanied by 4 passport-sized photographs, prescribed fees on the form, candidate's brief statement of qualifications and background. Official list of candidates will be published on 22nd and 23rd of May 2026. Only members who are in good standing and have paid or registered fully will be allowed to vote. And they also went on to say that the following days, the 3-member committee headed by the chairman helping navigate affairs of the GAB board shall also be announced. And on that note, we are wrapping up sports here on the AM show with me, Muftaru Nabila Abdad. But do not forget that March Hospitality Experience is the only place for you to be able to secure the semi-final and the final tickets for the FIFA World Cup. Get in touch with them on 055155 1119 or sales at marchexphospitality.com or visit our website www.marchexphospitality.com. And also to secure your booth of being part of the 2026 FIFA World Cup Expo put together by Latina Travel and Tour in partnership with the Ministry of Trade, Agribusiness and Industry. Walk to Latina at Alisa Hotel right now. Have a conversation with them and secure your booth. You can also get in touch with them on 0244260780 now. Head on to myjoyonline.com for some more sports stories. The newspaper review is coming your way up next. But before that, we'll bring you the highlights of our Tottenham Hotspur were held to a 1-1 stalemate by Leeds United.
It's a menacing ball and go Roden. To 9 on the line by Kinski. Good save, Kinski. Massive save, in fact, from the goalkeeper in for the injured Vicario. Udogie wants it ahead of him. Todd driving it through himself here. Big tackle. Spurs keep the attack alive. Richarlison tells delivery. Richarlison. Bentancur. Porro off the line. 3 wait in the middle, including Richarlison. Polina. Good take. Still going. Polina. Pedro Porro's delivery is a good one. Tell bends the shot! What a special strike! Spurs lead on a massive night through Matty's Tell.
First goal for Spurs, scored in the 51st minute from number 11.
Oh, what a touch. Oh, it's a round ball now. Colomboani, Richarlison. The strike for goal, it's up by Richarlison. Tell, oh dear, Tell really loose of that tackle. Did he make contact with Ampadu? Tell with the swing out. Does he catch Ampadu?
Top number 11 commits a foul. And the left to tackle. Final decision is
Calvert-Lewin does beat Tony Kinski. Polina's tackle, referee plays advantage. Justin threads it, Longstaff's in. Oh, it's against the bar! That's his moment. What a save. It was Messi from Calvert-Lewin. Maddison goes down! I think there's contact. Referee says that the defender won the ball.
Is your tech holding you back? Feeling lost in a maze of outdated gadgets? Relax. Come with me to Configure.
Magic. Now I've been international fashion designer. No more fancy than talk matter beer. Coffee Ghana. Class in boy.
Oh, number 1.
Ghana, we don't just sell electronics, we transform your life. From office to home appliances and more, we have everything you need to step into the future.
Comfy Ghana, class in Comfy Ghana, number 1.
Cadbury hot chocolate. Crafted from cocoa, milk, and sugar. Creamy, chocolatey, frothy goodness, rich taste, so satisfying.
Cadbury goodness, the treats you deserve every day.
Ghana, get ready for the ultimate athletics showdown. The African Senior Athletics Championship is coming home.
Let's go, baby!
Live at the University of Ghana Sports Stadium, Legon. Watch Africa's finest take center stage from Kenya, Nigeria, Botswana, South Africa, Zambia, and many more elite athletes from across the continent. And flying the flag high for Ghana, Benjamin Azamati and Samino Abdul Rashid. This is African excellence on full display. Don't miss it. Live at the University of Ghana Sports Stadium from May 12 to May 17, 2026. The 24th African Athletics Championship. Powered by the Ministry of Sports and Recreation, the Confederation of African Athletics, and Ghana Athletics.
Hi, now let me share my wildlife experience with you at Safari Valley Eco Park.
Welcome to Safari Valley Eco Park.
Our electric shuttle pulled up, and in no time our tour began. We were surrounded by wildlife from the moment we entered the Eco Park. We were greeted by experienced tour guides who took us through orientation and how to better enjoy the experience. Watch these animals roam freely in their natural habitat undisturbed by our presence. We saw zebras, sable antelope, brown cranes, mara, silky chicken, nyalas, Shetland ponies, and so many animals I just couldn't keep up. Our tour guides taught us so much about the wildlife, their behavior, and how to interact with them. I even fed them. We also went fishing on a man-made canal. Then we took a break to have lunch in this serene environment. All this amazing experience for this price for adults, this price for teenagers. It's a bargain. As the sun began to set, it was time to go back home, but not before dinner by the campfire. It has been a thrill of a lifetime, and I can't wait till my next visit.
Safari Valley Eco Park, bringing you closer to nature.
Changing, so should you. If you're dreaming, don't be afraid. And in the valleys, keep your head up high. Dare to dream with Puma drinks. Yeah, believe it, you can achieve. Oh yeah, clap your hands for the whole new vibe. Make we set the vibe. Oh yeah, come alive. Let me hear you.
Puma Drinks, a whole new vibe. Another quality product from Casa Precon.
This advert is FDA approved.
Across Ghana, in communities big and small, ordinary people are doing extraordinary things. This is the Joy News Impact Makers Awards 2026, celebrating those who are changing lives, shaping futures, and building hope. From Bimbila in the northern region, Faith Jakpasu is transforming classrooms through innovation, inclusive learning, and life-changing initiatives for students, teachers, and vulnerable communities. From Aflao in the Volta region, Felix Akakpo is building schools, supporting students, and investing in the future of an entire community. In health, from Winneba in the central region, Amos Ando is turning his personal battle with sickle cell into a national movement for awareness, prevention, and policy change. From Nkwanta in the Oti region, Bless Lantam is delivering life-changing healthcare to hard-to-reach communities, even in the face of conflict. From Insawam Edwardri in the eastern region, Antonio Say is restoring mobility, dignity, and opportunity through prosthetics and outreach across Ghana. From Adenta in the Greater Accra region, Valerie Ajatia is empowering amputees with hope, rehabilitation, and the courage to rebuild their lives. From Anyanui and Noga in the Volta region, Reverend Christian Valeto is rescuing, treating, and reintegrating neglected mental health patients back into society. From Akuse in the eastern region, Alberta Aite is mentoring, educating, and empowering over 1,000 girls to dream beyond limitations. From Senya Breku in the the Central Region, Isabella Akwabwa, fighting period poverty and equipping women and girls with skills for independence. In WASH, from Sirigu in the Upper East Region, Dr. Anthony Akunzile is improving livelihoods through clean water, education, and economic opportunities for women. From Akache in the Volta region, Senyor Bomita is transforming communities through schools, clean water, healthcare access, and youth empowerment. And for the Corporate Partner Award from the Cape Coast Youth Development Association is empowering thousands of young people through education, skills training, and community development. These are not just finalists. These are change makers. They are nation builders. They are Ghana's true heroes. Joy News Impact Makers Awards, celebrating ordinary people making extraordinary impacts. Who takes this home?
The 2026 Joy News Impact Makers Awards is brought to you by Ghana CEO Summit, a decade of leadership impact. Labadi Beach Hotel, Ayuda, Ghana's #1 services app. Abakun, Services Bebre, New Crystal Hospital, growing in good health. Sulas Enterprise, where quality meets affordability. Water Aid Ghana, change starts with water. Ghana Chamber of Mines.
Imagine a family without a home. Imagine a song without a voice. Imagine a church without prayers. Imagine a government without citizens. Imagine democracy without journalists. Imagine a world without the media. Life is full of issues and stories about people, communities, and governments. Stories that have to be told by well-trained journalists. That's why you can't imagine news without Joy News.
Hello there. Thank you so much for staying with us on the AM show. Time now to review the news, and I'm happy to start with the newspapers and the big stories in front of the newspapers. This morning, I'm starting with the Daily Graphic. Now, the Daily Graphic is reporting on two of our top stories that we shall be discussing on our desk this morning. The legal education and also procurement reforms begin. It's the big and banner story on the Daily Graphic. I'll just give you a bit. The President John Dramani has signed the Legal Education Reform Bill 2025 into law, bringing an end to the 66-year monopoly of the Ghana School of Law over professional legal education in the country. He also signed the Value for Money Office Bill into law, a move government says will fundamentally transform public procurement and rein in the rising cost of public sector contracts. He signed these two bills yesterday. We'll discuss that. And as well, a global fund warns Ghana to fully finance vaccines and critical medicines. Finance Minister has been speaking. Details of this is on page 13 of the legal education, page 13 of the Daily Graphic this morning. Heath Goldfield clears workers' arrest at Bogoso Prestia mine. Story is on page 16 of the Daily Graphic this morning. And a gentle reminder that WASI candidates will start the exams with oral and English as well. The Daily Graphic has been reporting. And behind the Daily Graphic is existing Accra-Kumasi Highway is priority as new expressway as well. Road Minister has been giving assurances. And then Agric Minister inaugurates 25 solar-powered irrigation facility in 3 regions. That's the Daily Graphic. We'll go on to the Daily Guide. This morning, a lot is happening in front of the Daily Guide. The Ghana Publishing records a 16.9 million profit in 2025. Story is on page 6 of the Daily Guide. Juju gun protection fails man. Story is on page 6. And quickly, let me just bring you a bit of that. It's just the story that I must have brought you yesterday on the midday bulletin. So a funeral ceremony at Ayonfuri in the central region ended in tragedy after the Mbrantihene of the area, Nana Kwabena Ochre, reportedly died from a self-inflicted gunshot wound while testing spiritual protection, popularly known as Juju. Well, yesterday I brought you that story, except that we didn't report that it was Juju. The Daily Guide thought to give it another name, Juju gun protection. Yeah, that's it. It's on page 6 of the Daily Guide. And as well, Deputy AG Iyoko Boss sing different tunes. And I tell you what, this is on the back of the buffer stock case. If you want some clarity, story is on page 3 of the Daily Guide this morning. And 3 killed, sadly, in Konongo crash. That story, as well, has been happening. Picture of it. It's there, and the details of it is on page 6. And Gift Your Worry goes to Supreme Court of a witness list order. Story is on page 3 of the Daily Guide. The insight this morning, Roads Minister warns contractors as well, those who would delay in their project. It's in the insight this morning. Mali condemns guilty silence of Western state sponsors in terror attacks. Story is on page 3 of the insight as well. Women's Development Bank will transform the women from vulnerability to viability. Gender Minister has been speaking. Pregnancy and possibilities, why midwives are in the story. Honoring care, compassion, and possibility. It's on page 11 of the insight. Graphic Business quickly. Bank sees PBC tracks over 257 million debt as rescue effort stalls. Producer buying companies, this is a story we brought you as well, that some of the banks had secured a court order to be able to sell some of their assets in order to recoup some of their debt. Story is on page 6. It starts in front of the Daily Graphic, the Graphic Business, and continues on page 6. The Ghanaian Times, I'll be wrapping with that. Ghana's cocoa sector overhaul gains traction amid looming market volatility. That is the Ghanaian Times this morning. So that'll be all for the newspapers. our guest all set and ready. We shall get into matters arising. Two of the matters arising, of course, already took center stage in most of the newspapers this morning. The value for money bill, office bill that has been signed into law. And one big area that if you are a law student in this country as well, will concern you whether or not you know your fate as of this year, or there's still ambiguity in that law that has been signed. We agree that it ends the 66 years of monopoly, but what is the roadmap? A lot of questions. We'll try and see if we'll find some answers to that. This morning, we haven't had Honorable Baktalia in a long time, and it's really good to have him. We have Honorable Mohammed Baktalia, he's MP for Sisala East and board member for Tor. Akosua is Director of Field Operations for the United Party. Dr. Bernard Tutu Wahine is a lecturer in political marketing at the University of Education, Winneba, and he'll be joining us a bit later. And of course, Awal Mohammed is a member of the MPP Communications Directorate, and Awal has a new address now and a title. Awal, I hear that you have some big posts.
Well, it's only a call to service in the party.
Okay, so you've been named as the what? Spokesperson on transport. Yes. Okay, so we're going to be hearing more clarity in the transport sector. Yes. Okay, checking the government on what they have said and what they will do.
And also giving alternative policies for the Ghanaian people to know that indeed if Dr. Bawumia has to take over, these are the policies we have on transport.
Okay.
Other sectors of the economy.
Are you excited about the role?
Very excited. This is the first time I am put on a call like this from National Council. You know, it is a committee that has the backing of the National Council, which is the second highest decision-making body of the party.
They were Honorable Baktalia or show us, or inspiring your title. I really wonder what he has to say. But congratulations to you.
Exactly.
I think you do a great job at that. Honorable, have you been? Is it all of your constituency that's just snatched you away from us like that?
Exactly.
Yeah.
We are like students. Once we are on holidays from the House of Parliament, the next place is the constituency.
Yeah.
And we are rural MPs. He knows my place. It's almost, if you are going through the Upper East, about 900 kilometers from Accra, and through Upper West, about 800 kilometers. So you have to be there. And I have a very vast constituency.
Okay.
When you are there, you should make sure that your presence is felt.
What's new in the constituency?
A lot. A lot of good things are happening, and there's a complete physical transformation in the Sisala East. If you go, the big push is working so much.
Yeah, I've seen the road,
he can testify.
But I pray that is only a first quote.
No. That's
what I have seen.
No. You see, in terms of road constructions, sometimes we are quick to draw conclusions. The first bitumen is just there for training.
The man has started his job.
I think that I wanted to congratulate him first, but to tell him that I like him and I'm happy for him. Okay. The only difficulty is that he's going to be talking for a very long time. Otherwise, I admire his ideas. I'm sure
the Wahana is a major highway.
Yes.
And I have seen that indeed they have started some work there. But
they've started good work there. They've started good work there. Okay. I think the first bitumen is just like a temporary thing they do. After 3 months.
Let me say good morning to that.
I think you asked me about how it was.
What's going on in your constituency?
It appears we've no mistake.
Thank you. But when I have some time, we'll get into some of the new things happening in the constituency. Director, how are you? I hope you are. Are you happy? Have you congratulated Awal yet?
Oh, congratulations. But we'll be talking about it later, right?
On his transport,
no. The committee that...
yes, the committee that the Vice President, former Vice President has.
As we progress...
you have a lot to say.
Oh, we have a lot to say.
Okay, yesterday, one of the NDC members thought to want to have an opinion on it. Let me say, Obifi Asem there. And careful,
it's national issue.
It is, eh?
national issue.
Okay, I'll be interested.
While he's going to be talking on national issues.
Yes,
that's true. He even said he's going to give you policy alternatives.
Yes.
So it means that as much as he's scrutinized, we have to also scrutinize his thoughts.
Yeah. I think that's fair.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, yesterday, I promised the whole world and director that I definitely will start the conversation with him. Because last week, I took almost a lot of his time.
Okay.
And so I'm honoring my promise and coming to him. Doc, there's so much to talk about. But let's start with the value for money of his bill. Two theories that it kind of mimics the object or the mandate of the Public Procurement Authority, where a lot of people have also asked them that, is that an indirect admission that the Public Procurement Authority has failed? This is the reason why we have another layer of its kind of job. What do you think about that law?
Oh, good morning to all our viewers watching us. And let me also take the opportunity to formally greet you and say you are looking beautiful.
Thank you.
Emefa, people always argue that if there is no question mark with the Old Testament, like the New Testament will not come. Are you getting it? So I take a cue from that point of argument that, look, if our procurement system was all that good, I don't think this layer will be necessary. But I will commend the Minister of Finance and Government for coming up with this, because it is going to check the loopholes within the system. There is one thing that Akufo-Addo has done that I want to commend him for it. All this expedition by MPP trying to find fault and all that they are not getting, I would say is the principle of Akufo-Addo. Akufo-Addo has initiated something that, though you've been given a budget, you are to spend within this money. But you cannot just get up and spend the money. Before you spend it, you have to apply to me as a finance minister. Let me go through and see whether you are within budget. And within budget, will you be able to complete the project within time before I can give you the clearance to start? I know most of the ministers are not happy with it, but I can tell you, it's a good thing that he has initiated. So coming out with this value for money thing, I think we need to commend the government for that. However, we have the procurement law. We have a whole establishment that should make sure that all our procurements are in line. No inflated figures. Nobody should breach any law. You cannot just get up and say, oh, I'm going to do this, then you start doing it. So these laws are there. But why is it that every year, Auditor General will come out with various infractions within the sector? It means we are lacking something. Either those in charge are not doing something right, or the law is not all that perfect. So coming out with this value for money thing too, I am hoping that they should be able to check and make sure the infractions that we are getting through the procurement authority will not occur. And I hope, not that I hope, I have that trust that this one will work. It doesn't mean that you will not go through the procurement system. You go through it, though a bit bureaucratic, but it will work perfectly. Are you getting it? Once procurement clears you, the value for money will also go through and see that, hey, what is happening? However, I heard the story of Wejagbawe Children's Hospital.
Yes.
Sponsored by World Bank, right?
Yes.
And I learned World Bank fundings indicates that some of the facilities being priced 11 times, 10 times, and the rest. Are you getting it? I mean, we do this to ourselves. So with value for money, I think some of these things can be checked. You know, procurement, however, I can say on authority that the procurement system we have, look, at times it becomes political. They'll just call you, oh, give this to this person. You don't check whether it's on the higher side or whatever. Once you've been instructed to give it to a person, you go straight away and then do it. The CEO or the manager for this procurement authority is an appointee of the president. It's a political appointment. Should we move further and say that this time, let's have an independent procurement authority where we'll have a technocrat to handle it? So that at least, like we have a special prosecutor, government will come and go, and then we have someone who is there, an expert, who will be dealing with all our procurement. Are you getting it?
Okay.
Other than that, what we have now, still, we are going to fetch water into bucket.
A leaking basket.
A leaking basket.
Bucket,
and then, you see, so I pray that this value for money, once it has been passed, and then it has been assented to, I pray that Atufosin will make sure it works. Okay. Whoever will be appointed to handle that office should do the nation good and make sure that we have the value for money. Okay. Not that because the person is an appointee and then you want to do this, then you just clear. No, it should not be so. Okay. So that at the end of it, Ghanaians can say that, oh, this particular institution have been able to curb some of the leakages that has been going through the system.
So, thank you, Director. Now, talking about Atufosin, if you missed what he said before I come to Honorable Battaglia, let's hear what the Finance Minister had to say after the President assented to the bill.
President this morning signed into law the Value for Money Office Act. This singular signature and assent will mean that going into the future, the Republic of Ghana and the government of Ghana will curtail public sector expenditure that has actually risen as a result of overinflation of government contracts. What we seek to do going into the future will be that we will set up the office and all single source procurement will have to go through the Office for Value for Money. In the past, the legal division of the Ministry of Finance has been the one that conducts Value for Money Office. They did not have the requisite skills and ability to deal with value for money. And so what we've done is to properly institutionalize the Value for Money Office. President Mahama, as part of his campaign pledge, promised to establish the Value for Money Office, and today he has graciously assented to it following Parliament's passage. I want to use this opportunity to assure the people of Ghana that the menace of public sector pardon of contracts and overinflation of contracts will be curtailed by this signature. What we seek to do is to use the next 6 months to properly constitute the office, nominate the leadership of the Value for Money Office, and constitute the technical team that will ensure the implementation of the Act. And so I believe that beginning 2027 January, this office will be fully implemented and Ghanaians will see the need of a value for money office. I have seen value for money office being operated in other countries, and I can tell you for a fact that if there's one single office that can pay for itself from day one, it is the Office for Value for Money Office, because it's reduced public expenditure and obviously create fiscal space that will be used to develop other sectors of the economy. Thank you.
So that's where we start the conversation, really. Honorable.
Yeah.
I like to think that in most of the institutions, ministries and all of that, there are departments that are supposed to look at, if you like to break it down, quality control or monitoring and evaluation of projects. While the PPA still stands, every year in out, you'd find that the Auditor General would report some losses. In fact, just quite recently, the Finance Ministry itself conducted a special audit, and you saw that scandalous amount, and they attributed it to infractions on different levels and all. He also uses the word curtail. It's not to stop it. The value for money cannot stop it anyway. What really is the value in this value for money office?
The value is very real. Good morning, Emefa. I think let me once again use your good platform to say a very good morning to the people of Sasala East, your cherished viewers, and of course, your family here. We've become a family. And once again, to congratulate my brother Hawal on his new role. The issue about value for money, I think, emanated from experiences we've had as a country. Clearly, in our political environment, there had been conversations that refer to a bit unfair transactions that happened in this country. Maybe some people might put a blame on contracts being inflated. In recent time, there had been that kind of debate out there that the country is being short-changed because just like doling out contracts to people without actually quantifying the values and how beneficial they will be to the country. So if the value for money office is being brought into being, clearly is to serve two purposes. We are juxtaposing that against preventive as against our prosecutorial. You realize that most of the things we do, we get through Auditor General, are things that have happened. But the focus of this value for money office is to make sure that at least we bring to the barest minimum the contracts that are inflated. That is what it is. And also, we all will agree that, yes, in this debate, people are looking at it from two competing perspectives. As to one, whether it will actually serve as a potential to curb the inflationary contracts that we have as a country, or it is once again a bureaucratic system that will add to the burdens of this country. That's the debate. But for me, I am of the view that yes, it can succeed, but for it to succeed, it depends largely, or it is less of its existence and more of its independence, legal authority. You have transparency and the capacity to enforce. And I can pick that sentiment from what the Minister of Finance saying that they are looking at between now and the next 6 months, they are setting up a whole body that comprises professionals. One, not just lawyers sitting at the Ministry of Finance that are looking at the possibility of Ghana being faced with a judgment debt. But now they are having a holistic view, bringing in engineers, economists to be part of it, lawyers to be part of it. Before any contract is given out, especially on single source, they should be able to do the analysis and review to understand that every 1 penny being spent by this country has value coming to the country. And I think when that is done, it will go a long way to make sure that the leakage that a director spoke about, that Hobson talked about, will be stopped.
Okay, so paint a picture or break it down. Let's set an example. For example, a ministry or a public office would like to procure some items. The PPA approves it. Then what? The value for money, they look at before you implement this project or after to see whether we really got value, or they are going to be doing it before you even implement or you go into this project?
The focus will even be before even the contract is approved. That should be the focus first. Because when you do that, we are living within a global space. People can look at it from international best practice. They can compare. People can do those comparisons. If it's an independent body looking into it without any political coloration or sentiment, or without any quote and unquote trying to favor a particular group of people, and we are just putting the country first, making sure that we save our national back.
So this value for money office, who are those going to, are you going to call it an independent body?
That's what I said, that for its success, for it to succeed, it depends less on its existence, but more of what if it's in independence.
Who would clothe it with that independence?
That's a big question that we need to answer. Yeah, that's a big question that we need to answer, because I am saying it's a big question that we need to answer because most of the experiences we've had, we all have the feeling that once an appointment is coming from a president, the likelihood, quote unquote, that the person will be more political is high. That's the It is the fear of that is making us ask these questions. Otherwise, we in this country, we have people who are independent-minded, who are thinking about the country. And I'm sure when such people are picked based on what their competences, they will be able to run this office.
So if somebody or an institution is awarded a contract, it goes through legal procedures with the PPA, they win, then the value for money can do another assessment, another layer of assessment. And if they find that, well, we're not going to get value for this, they can reject it. Can you uphold the rejection or the acceptance of a contract that the value for money would decide on?
Let me tell you, I think that rationally, it's not going to be like one person stops and the other starts. That's not where we're going to be, because before even the contract goes to the final approval, the advice of the value for money office should be known.
Which means that
do the assessment. Even it's not only going to look at what is going to be awarded now.
There must be a certificate before you can even go to PPA. That's what the law says.
Before even
exactly money certificate.
Yes.
In fact, so if I understand indirectly, value for money must actually even proceed.
Yes, exactly. That's what it is. And even those that, for instance, we have a lot of projects that are in this country that has been started by previous government and left to rot.
And
left to rot.
In such a situation, what would be the role of the value for money?
The value for money will insist, because it's enshrined in our constitution.
On a contract that was awarded previously, even before the value for money bill became law?
No, let me tell you. The whole thing is to make sure that you reduce the losses that the country faces.
That will be contracts that would be awarded post the assentment of the law. But every other contract that was awarded, can the value for money now apply retrospective law application?
I think it should be possible, because it should be possible.
No, the law is saying that they are supposed to start their work on 1st of January 2020.
Exactly.
But we're looking for value for money.
We are looking for value for money. Once they come to existence, let me tell you, Emefa, in our constitution, Article Chapter 6, the directive principle of state policy, is there. Article 35, Clause 7, clearly states that there should be continuity. If there's an office existing and somebody starts something and at one point the person, the government moves out of power and the new government comes and stops that, the office should be able to let them continue. Because
how do we address, and I'll come to you, Doc, and then let me just stay with Honorable for a minute. How do we address the concern? Very often the Auditor General will cite off-system payments, meaning that it doesn't go through the Ghana Integrated Financial Management System. So some contracts or some purchases go off-system. In such an instance, what will the value for money do? How can it curb that?
No, you see, we have issues of prosecuting through criminal conduct or something, or negligence. And we also have an attempt to make sure that you even put preventive measure for not to get there. That's what we are talking about. There are two issues I'm looking at. First, put effort to make sure that you prevent it from happening. But when it happens, there's a system. Because we are not saying that the value for money office is just a new office coming to work as a soul. Because we have a lot of offices operating. Even the office of the special prosecutor is there to serve, is an anti-corruption office. If you're looking at SRAJ, they take this.
But we're here today. We've seen the challenges of the OSP and the Attorney General. We've seen concerns of overlap. We've seen concerns of,
I think that
Dog likes to put it to the more simple way. They are fighting. Dog that said it.
Long before long before the judgment that came out of the High Court, we had a debate here, and we are all asking as to whether Article 88 that we have it as a test really do not make the office of the special prosecutor a child of what? The AG's office. We all debated that.
So what happens to all the little? What happens if you peel back?
Yes.
Before yesterday, the president assented. If you peel back, what happens to all the small departments that are supposed to ensure that already we get value for money? What happens to them? Why didn't we just create a small department at the PPA? Why did we merge it? I mean, it's law already. There's nothing we can do about it. But just to discuss the potential challenges that we may see, an admission that PPA could have been better. Because the PPA should have done all of this. Do you agree?
Yeah, PPA will look at it. Will look at the necessity of the contract and all that. But in terms of value issues, this is more focusing on value issues.
Okay.
That's more focusing on value issues.
Okay, let me.
We are looking at value issues. So we are not saying that no. The point is that don't take action when it has happened. Can we put efforts to stop it from even happening?
For example, the hospital that director cited, which, a 120-bed hospital facility at Wager, the World Bank arrived at the conclusion that there was misprocurement, the challenges. What did they have to do to know this? Did they need the value for money office to know this?
They need it.
They needed it to know this?
The assessment, yes. Just because we've had this kind of campaign here, somebody will say that, I think my brother Awali living there, they say that they constructed something here, that we have been constructing about 5 of that here. We have those kind of political talk. But do we have an expert team or a body that can look at it and look into every politician's face and say, no, this thing we are going to do is going to cause the company, the country, A, B, C, D, X, Y, Z.
So, for example, when Value for Money does an assessment of a project or a contract, their findings, would it be handed over to Parliament directly or be given through the executive?
Finance Minister.
I think he answered that question.
It will go to the Finance Minister directly. So it still comes back to the Finance Minister.
But so far the actions of the Finance Minister is to make sure that physical discipline is the hallmark. We've all seen that. They make this comment that the finance minister, sometimes they try in their own way to describe him as somebody who doesn't pay. But he said that he wants to pay with prudence. He wants to make sure that we go by the reforms we've implemented, no matter how painful it is.
So, for example, and this will be the last question before I go to Awal. For example, they say that the technical director at the Finance Ministry yesterday spoke to my colleague Gemma and said that, well, they're looking to set up in 6 months and be operational. Hopefully next year, January, they'll be operational. Between now till that time, every contract that will be awarded, what we have to depend on the auditors of those institutions, the Auditor General, to do the job of this value for money until it is operational. Or it will take over and still look at projects or contracts that have been executed already.
The effort already, right from, if you look at Akufo-Addo right from 2015 to 2025, has shown commitment that I want to make sure that I protect the public purse. And even with this commitment authorization that he's brought in, that departments or ministry cannot just be awarding contract without getting the approval. All those is geared towards making sure that we protect the public purse. So clearly, as the experiences are building, they are setting a more dependable, independent body that can be relied on to help in this kind of work. That is a good idea. And the thinking is very perfect.
While you're touting alternative policy.
Yes.
On transport.
What is...
on everything. Not on this platform. On everything.
We're procured some buses.
Yes, exactly.
We're procured some buses that is supposed to ease the transport challenge in this country. Well, the dog is actually... Dog is just reminding...
It's a new rule. It should not rush.
That's an advice, though. Dog is also drawing my attention to the fact that there's retooling. He said, President presidential jets, but there's retooling and all of that. Yeah, so he still continues. What's wrong and what is good and bad about this new office or law?
Thank you so much, Emefa. Greetings from Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, our incoming president of the Republic.
He said you should greet me?
Yes, he says I should greet the people of Ghana on his behalf.
Greeting everybody.
So I'm greeting Ghanaians on behalf of Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. And again, Emefa, there is this issue that I want to draw your attention to. 3 days ago, our constituency organizer for Aguna West, David Esando, was in front of his house when some people came, 10 people came with Land Cruisers and armed to the teeth. They picked him up, and we were told that over a post on Facebook. As I speak, before I entered the studio, I spoke to lawyer Christopher Arthur, who was our parliamentary candidate. He says, we are yet to know where he has been taken to. Because he posted something on Facebook on Dumso. Why must we do this to ourselves? Do we have to be going in circles? So do we have to also say that, well, we'll also come and do this?
But
we're told it's the national security.
You're told by
yes,
who?
Because we do not know. The people came, and some were wearing national security uniform.
But have you reported to the police?
Yes, we have reported to the police.
National security
we have
uniform,
reported.
we see them all the time.
We have reported to the police. Yes, we have reported because I just spoke.
What's the police?
I just spoke to the before I entered the studio. I spoke to the parliamentary candidate, lawyer Christopher Arthur, who said they are still yet to know where he has been sent to.
Why do we have to this issue? Joy News should be a bit
interested in it.
No,
I'm saying that they should be interested in it.
It
Asking
should
the
be
necessary
a bit
questions
careful
so that it will be able
to. Because.
Okay,
you know why
this will be the same thing that Henry Nanabuachi has posted on his Facebook.
So when you check from
so if you check his Facebook page, he says that the reported arrest of David Esando, the NPP Aguna West organizer at Aguna Sredru, over an alleged social media post stating Dumso is back with a picture of President Mahama, raises serious concerns about free speech, political tolerance, and the growing reality of harassment.
Yes, but why do you have to? It is a picture that I have been posted on my.
You don't know these people.
Nobody has been arrested. Where is he?
You don't know them.
What should I know about them?
They can go and pick the guy and then.
Who will pick him?
These people.
They can
do that.
Hey, don't use your platform for this.
They can do that.
I say fear them.
But the genuine question is, have you reported to
does he have any evidence to show
3 days ago, and that's now they don't know the whereabouts.
Go through our last post. I am sure he has written Western than this. Even more popular.
No, I don't.
Who is
this is my friend on Facebook. You see what I
read? And even more popular.
No, it is not really.
It's important knowing that we have just made some progress in terms of free speech and all of that.
Yeah, we have done huge progress.
But it's important.
But don't forget Machiavellian activities too.
Okay. That's
I'm saying that we have registered.
So we don't know. You don't know who
where he is at the moment.
You don't know where he is, but you know who. You know those who arrested him.
Yes, we can only infer.
Nanabuachi says BNI.
Yes.
Nanabuachi says that 10 CID and BNI officials.
That's why I told you.
So have you checked the CID's office, the BNI office? You checked all of that?
We checked.
And he can't be found.
The lawyers
and the CID admitted that they've arrested someone.
But if they have admitted, will we say we don't know his whereabouts? If they have admitted, will we say that we don't know his whereabouts?
Ask him whether CID admitted.
So if they have admitted, we will have said that we don't know his whereabouts.
Look at this. Look,
we're saying that we don't know his whereabouts.
Let's have some peace. Hang on. So, of course, this is easy to check. My producer to do the checking for us and all of that.
Don't aid this.
Okay. Do you remember the question I asked you?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
So, Emefa, when Honorable was speaking, I only intervened to give him additional information. I didn't interject. I didn't interject.
I never say you interject.
But I just want to be given the free will to speak.
If he also needs to make an intervention here.
We are only interjecting because of the angle you started with. You didn't start with the talking about
No. Yes. So on value for money,
let's go to value for money.
That means student access. That means
let's also have some value for the time.
Okay.
Let's have some value for the time.
Drive on asphalt, not a rough road.
So I think this is really a new office that has been created to only create more problems than solve the problems that we think we have in our expenditure or public expenditure. You see, even from day one, when they proposed that they wanted to bring an office like this, the minority in Parliament said that we have existing laws and institutions that do all the things that you want this office to come and do. Now, in terms of looking for value for money in contracts, the PPA is clothed with the responsibility to do that. In terms of really checking whether indeed the expenditure went through the right process, you have internal auditors. In terms of even after the project, you have Auditor General to be able to do this and report to Parliament. You see, what we think should have happened was that if we think there are problems with the current setup we have, we only have to amend the laws and give them more teeth to bite than creating an unnecessary bureaucracy.
How can now? What else could have the PPA been? What kind of clothes? What more power could they have been given?
That is for them to even answer, because what we think today, the existing PPA law and how the setup is, they are able to police the process until the contracts are given.
You say that the PPA has the power to do nearly what this value for money office is doing. But you're here, every year you hear the Auditor General, they report losses, and half of the time it's not like we're able to recoup or retrieve all of these losses. If this value for money can at least bring a layer and can stop all of these losses, would you rather not have that than just an Auditor General reporting?
With the Auditor General's office, we have made a lot of progress. Today, the Auditor General under Akufo-Addo, we started something.
What's that?
Indeed they can do surcharge and disallow, and are able to really recoup a lot of monies from people. So it is not as though they report and nothing happens. In the past, it's true. They report and nothing happens.
No,
but
what
now,
I mean is that why have the Auditor General report a loss when you can stop it?
when you listen to the Finance Minister, he never said that we'll stop it. He said we'll curtail it.
Curtail.
You cannot stop it.
No,
But if you report
that's even a rational
let me have
conversation.
this.
Okay.
Let me have this.
It's a rational
I'm saying that.
Yeah. If the Auditor General will report, say, 5, and it is curtailed to 2.5, would you not have that?
They cannot even curtail it. That's why I will give you reasons why this new office is not really fit for purpose. We don't even need this office at all.
Okay.
In the first place, when director was making his submission, he said the PPA boss is appointed by the president, and even the board in itself is constituted by the president, a 9-member board. But this one, it is even the finance minister who appoints the board chairman. The person doing the expenditure is the same person, the player, the coach, the referee is really appointing, the coach is appointing the referee. This is the case that we have today. The board chair is being appointed by the chief spending officer.
How would you have the board chair appointed? What would have been the ideal, an alternative solution?
We are saying that office is not even necessary.
If the office is here,
it's not even necessary. But he raised the issue that he feels that because the PPA boss is appointed by the president, it creates an unnecessary bureaucracy where you get people to even influence. And I'm saying that the level. Okay, so what do you mean?
I'm begging you, just let me. Yeah. I said that position is a political position.
Okay.
You become a political appointee, so they can run over you.
Okay. So this one, the political appointee by the president will appoint the person who will man that office. The finance minister.
What's the challenge with that?
But the challenge he is mentioning that the person will be, even the PPA boss will even be a political appointee and creates a challenge. Now the appointee of the president, who is just like the PPA boss, will appoint someone to work in the office of the value for money office. So that creates another challenge there. The two is that, you see, when you send, by law now, you're supposed to go for the value for money certificate before you go to PPA. Yeah. That is what the law is saying. Go for value for money certificate before you go to PPA, then the process starts with PPA and so on. The challenge now is that if Kolebu, for instance, wants to procure some essential medicine and they're supposed to go through PPA for approval, the law, the PPA law today says that it takes within 28 days for them to get that approval, even if it is restricted tendering or it is a sole source. It's within 28 days that they do that. Now we're creating more days for that to happen because you have to go through the value for money for them to do technical assessments of everything before you can even go to PPA to start the 28 days. Essentially, there will be a lot of delays. Again, when you check the law, there is nowhere in the law that says that the value for money office has 3 days, 2 days, 5 days, 10 days, or any days to do that. When PPA is telling you that within 28 days, give your opinion on it. If it is competitive tender, within 42 days, do give your opinion. But in this law, there is no day. So it means it can stay there forever. And that will create the red tape over there. Someone will have to call for them to really approve someone's own before it gets to PPA.
But as you know, with every law, there's definitely some few gaps, and every now and then there'll be amendments to fill in.
You have not even started. You are talking about amendment.
Even besides
no, I'm not talking about amendment now.
I'm saying that you have not even started the implementation.
Which you are identifying a gap, which I think the value for money.
This is something that we, honorable, I beg you.
We're having a conversation. It's not a speech.
This is an act.
Yes.
The act will give provisions for regulations to be what? Developed. In the regulation, the details of how the office will operate will be stated.
So we know this, right? We know this.
Yes. So I'm saying that the 28 days is there. If you even give them 5 days, you're giving additional days for approval. No, even if it is 5 days. I'm saying that even if you're giving them 5 days, and I don't think 5 days should be enough for them to do technical evaluation before it goes to PPA. So it means today we will have a lot of time waiting for approval for us to even procure critical health.
Is that not what those who advance the argument that why didn't we add it to the PPA already? Because it will cause more delay. They have decided to create an entire office and have new people who definitely wouldn't have work to do apart from to at least look at contracts that have come for them to want to give certificates.
But what does PPA do?
That will be their job.
What does PPA do? That's their job. Basically, that's what PPA do. They constitute and come and look at all the contract that has come.
You remind me of the amendment that happened that the PPA is able to disallow surcharge.
No, that is the Auditor General.
The Auditor disallow and all of that. These amendments and all of that. You don't think that in implementing all of these, when you see a gap such as that, you'll be able to do such.
So what I'm saying is that if you start the process today, as the process is, you sit down, do your evaluation within your institution. After that, you send it to the entity tender committee within the institution. They approve it. Then it is sent to PPA. PPA will look at it within 28 days if it's restricted tender or this. Then the contract will be signed. After the signing, the internal audit of that institution will do the value for money whilst the project is ongoing. Then after that, Auditor General will come and do really posts, look at the entire project, how much it has cost us and so on. Then these gaps will be taken out. But you see, when you create an office and you think that the office should come and usurp the powers of the 3 institutions, and these are
do you anticipate it will usurp the powers of these 3 institutions, the PPA,
yes,
Auditor General, and which one?
And the internal audit.
And the internal audit.
Yes.
Do you think that
the things that they said,
a new office can really
the new
serve
office, the things that they said they should come and do is that technical evaluation of the project, right? Which usually is done by PPA. Then they said, whilst the project is ongoing, they will be able to really do an assessment of the project. That is what internal auditors do. Then they said posts. That is what Auditor General do. You understand? That's why we're saying that if there are gaps with what they do, why not amend their laws to make them more really advanced in terms of what they do than creating an unnecessary bureaucracy? One thing that I've also observed is that the threshold is that it should be $5 million before they can look through.
That's why the value for money will be there.
Yes.
They should be able to identify
avoid the value for money. To avoid the value for
No, but that's what the value for money is. Will be invited to see if the same contracts and it has been splitted. Then you will.
If I'm a CEO and I am going for a contract which is around 4.9 million, it doesn't go through value for money again. $4.9 million.
So you would cut your...
It doesn't go through at all.
So you would cut it to 4.9.
Exactly. When you cut it to 4.9.
Are you teaching people how to bypass?
No, I'm saying that this is something that is even in the Procurement Act, that it is illegal for people to do that.
Yes.
And I have, if my memory serves to me right, I know some of the CEOs had gone through like things like this and so on. So you see, the thing is that in order for you to avoid the value for money office, a 10 million contract can be broken down into two, 4.9, 4.9, and they don't even come in at all. So it means the problem that you think you want to control, you are creating more problems than the problems you want to do. And again, he mentioned looking at best practices and so on. I am sure that the NDC put this in their manifesto in 2024 because UK started it. UK started the implementation in 2024. They created the same office, value for money office. By November 2025, they had to just push it into the treasury because it was not serving the purpose that they set it up. Within 1 year, they couldn't implement it again. They felt that the treasury, the office of the treasury, should be able to do all this.
Okay.
So they do not even need that office at all. The UK, they did it just within 1 year. You put it in your manifesto in 2024. They started the implementation in 2024. November 2025, they broke it down and pushed it into the treasury and said that, well, the treasury should be able to do all the things that they had set out to do. So this is something that UK couldn't even sustain. How much more Ghana?
It didn't collapse. So it didn't collapse the institution. It really put it under.
No, it collapsed the institution and said that the function should be done by the Treasury Department. You can let your producers check this.
That's the same argument between the value for money office and then the PPA.
Yeah.
Yes. What UK did.
That it should have been merged.
Yes.
Yes.
That's what they do. They closed down the office and said that, well, the function should be given to the Treasury Office, and the Treasury Office is doing that. So now, because you promise when you come, you'll be able to really
set up this. What if it is done better? What if it is done better?
It will be difficult for it to be done better.
Why?
I'm telling you that people will even split contracts.
Why?
It is one of the things that will happen because of the threshold. It's $5 million. So a lot of people will split the contract. That is one. Two is that it is unnecessary bureaucracy that will cause a lot of delay in terms of execution of contracts, because the PPA, you still have to go through PPA. And if you still have to go through PPA, the document will have to get out of the value for money office. And they do not have time frame.
Do you anticipate that because the value for money would have given you a certificate, it would have done half of the job of PPA, and so those 28 minimum days threshold
exactly the point.
would have been, you don't even have to exhaust all of it?
But you have not amended the law.
Do you anticipate?
But you've not amended the PPA law to say that.
No, but the law did not say that. The law did not say that it must be.
It is within the 28 days. And within the 28 days, if they think there are questions and answers, it takes more than the 28 days. Usually, we have sent.
Let's stick to the law.
I'm saying that even the law, with the law, the PPA within the 28 days, even within that period, if they think that there are questions and answers, questions to be answered, they invite the entity, you come do all these things, and it goes beyond the 28 days by law. There's nothing wrong with that.
And I'm saying that this challenge, wouldn't the value for money have solved such a problem?
I don't think there is anything that they will do that they will solve the problem.
Okay.
Because you see, when you check the processes that you go through for approval at PPA, if really value for money will do that, they will cut some of the work, I don't think the PPA will even exist to do. What the PPA do is that they look at the contract, they look at the processes that has been used to really arrive at that amount of money. They look at value for money. I remember at a point in time, we sent some documents to PPA to purchase some cars. PPA brought it back and said that the cars were expensive. we had to go back, do the technical evaluation again, get more additional contractors to come in. I was part of the evaluation panel on that project. We had to do it twice again. So it took us like 6 months for us to even get the approval, but it was so sourcing.
I didn't see the end coming.
Just a little.
Yeah.
You know, I premise my this in with a policy that the finance minister has initiated. That commitment authorization.
Yeah, that's right.
This one will make it formal. Are you getting it? Now, you cannot procure anything without the finance minister giving you that authorization.
No.
I am telling you, that's the policy now.
Yes, there is.
I'm coming. I just want to correct something.
No,
that's
something different.
That policy is there. He's working with it.
The commitment
authorization.
Yes.
Are you getting it?
Yes.
So now, they are saying that the president, when he was campaigning, that, look, I have seen these loopholes. When I come, this is what I want to do to make sure we curtail some of these infractions.
Yes.
What is the problem with that? Look, if you say there are a lot of institutions that can do that. Emefa, we had a lot of institutions fighting corruption.
Yes,
yet there was a special prosecutor office.
And did it solve the problem?
Yes. So the special prosecutor office...
Whether it has solved or not, there was an objective.
It created a perception.
No. There was an objective for that purpose. Are you getting it? So we've created it. Now, when people suggested to scrap it, are you all not saying that, no, it should be there? Are you not saying that? So there is an objective. We should not make it as if this is a monster that is coming to scatter something.
Okay.
We should not be opposing for just opposing sake. Are you getting it?
I didn't oppose for opposing sake. I read the law.
You said right from the white minority was against it.
Exactly, because we told you the reasons why we shouldn't even, we don't need that office.
Emefa,
yes.
Avoidance of law is permissible. Is that not it? Is the evadance of law that is a crime? Is that not it?
Yes.
Okay.
Even if you bring it down to 1 cedi, somebody can split it to 50 pesos, 50 pesos west. Is that not it? If that's what we are saying.
There's always a threshold to start with.
That's what we are saying. So, but we are saying
someone even sent me something and he's asking me.
Who's the someone and
yes,
something?
A brother. He said, after the NDC is able to award all the markets, all the roads, all the big procurement and so on, it's now that they are bringing the value for money office. What are they coming to do again? What are they coming to do again? And they are saying that will even take effect in next year. Not even this year. And they will give all the bigger contracts within this period.
Okay, let me hear Doc. Doc is not speaking. Yeah.
You see, on this platform, where we have our eye and hopes in, things become difficult. Because they seem to be opposing each other's views. Even with the long distance. So. Anyway, so good morning.
We are like paradise.
Good morning to us all. And Emefa, I have a concern. And I think that we are still trying to deal with this issue about the Office of the Special Prosecutor, where a lot of debates have come up, suggesting that the creation itself wasn't that necessary. And others also believe that there seems to be some kind of a deliberate action where we create institutions which are duplications of others. And it's just a matter of probably either creating political jobs or trying to spend money where it is not really necessary. I feel strongly that, when we talk about the Public Procurement Authority, the office that they have, the mandate that they have, it could have been better, if government had decided to strengthen the Public Procurement Authority. It is not a perfect institution, but like any human institution, there's always room for improvement. So where you identify weaknesses, you probably may want to spend money, to strengthen those weaknesses and then probably make it more efficient. All right. But to probably set it aside, create another institution, which is based on the idea that the Public Procurement Authority, just deals with procedures when it comes to procurement matters and all that. And then you are moving to create another institution of expertise.
Okay. Doc, I apologize. Just hold on a second. On the issue of the BNI and the NPP member whom you cannot find, I have Henry Nana Boache on the phone, Nana B, just to get a bit of clarity. Doc, I apologize. We'll come back to the value for money. Just clarity, of course, because you put it on.
No CID, no BNI.
No, because he's put that information out, so we've got to see answers from him. Yeah. Nanabi, how are you doing? Good morning.
Thank you very much. Good morning. How are you?
Very well, thank you for asking. So we saw the post corroborating what Awal, in an initial comments on the show this morning, is truly you don't know where he is?
Yes. I mean, this is serious. And it looks like the dark days are just creeping back. How is it possible? In fact, just some few days ago, the police CID sent David Esando a message to report to the police CID headquarters in Accra. And that there is an issue of false publication case leveled against him. So I quickly alerted one of our lawyers, Afuakwa, who called the police CID. And then he asked of the particulars of this offense. And then they mentioned that he posted something on his social media of a signpost which has on the signpost, Dumso is back. But then the original signpost is just a picture of President Mahama during the 5th March independence anniversary. So what they are saying is that because the picture he posted is not the original picture, it means publication of false news. And for that matter, they intend to criminalize that particular action. When Akwakwa told me this, I was even amazed. So I called the police here myself and I said, you mean that somebody posting on social media saying Dumso is back? He's not made any criminal statements. What he just posted is, and I've seen the post myself, and that is what I repeated in my post.
So, did you okay, please land.
Yesterday, 2 land cruisers and men armed to the went to Esando's home. He was there with some of his friends, and they picked him up. And as we speak, we don't know his whereabouts. We've contacted BNI. They say they don't know. We've contacted CID. They say they are not aware. National Security, they are not aware.
When did this happen?
Yesterday, 6 p.m.
Yesterday, 6 p.m. Okay, so did you then revert back to this particular CID that sent him a message to report a case of a missing person?
I made the lawyer call him back again yesterday. Afuakwa called him back and then mentioned that, look, our guy has been picked up. Is he aware of his whereabouts so that at least we can also give him the needed assistance? The CID person said, no, he's not aware of this. He's not even aware of this operation. He's not aware that he's been... I was even shocked.
Did he confirm his attending to the request of him coming because of an intended false publication?
Yes, he confirmed. So even that one, I even spoke to him. In fact, on that particular issue, I also, in fact, as I said, when Akosua spoke to him, and then he mentioned that is the offense. The offense is that he posted something on social media and he said that Dunso is back with the president's image, and that amounted to publication of false news. I also called. And I said, why are they doing this? Why are they seeking to criminalize free speech?
Did he honor the invitation? Did he honor the invitation?
The lawyer told him that, okay, because of his condition at that time, he was going to bring him. And
what was the condition? What was his condition? Well he wasn't well?
Yes. So then he said that he was going to bring him himself because Akosua has that relationship with him. He goes there all the time. And then the CID person said, okay, then he's going to contact Akosua in case of anything.
So we don't know whether or not that invitation was honored individually or with his lawyer. We don't know this at all.
No, because I had already given the instructions that any time he's going there, he should go with the lawyer. So he could not have attended or he could not have responded to this invitation alone, individually.
So have you made an official report to the police that you can't find him?
This morning because it happened yesterday and we've been coming around everywhere. We've been coming around everywhere. But look, we are going to resist this attempt to suppress, to oppress free speech. In fact, this is the same thing that happened in Baba Amando's case.
Okay.
Why is President Mahama still pretending over this?
But we don't know yet. We don't know yet. You don't know whether it's an abduction or anything.
As I said, at least we have a lead, Emefa. We have a lead. The lead is that there was an invitation. And I have, in fact, I can even send the number to you. I have the invitation on my phone now. It was forwarded to me. So we have a link.
Okay, so where are you starting this morning? Where are you starting in finding him? Search party or police headquarters?
Because that is where the text message emanated from.
Okay.
That is where the invitation first came from. So that is where we are starting from. We went there yesterday, they said no, but today we are making these official complaints everywhere.
Okay.
And we also want you to carry that. But
I will do a follow-up by midday. It's just past 8 a.m. So if you start the search party, I'll touch base with you by midday to get an update. Okay?
That is fair. But once again, let me say it on your network that we are not going to sit for such suppression of free speech.
Why don't you find out and be sure if it's the matter first before you write that?
It's been the trend. You see, I don't have to find out. It's been the trend. Look at the Baba Amando case. I can cite so many instances.
Okay.
So many instances.
Okay. I'll touch base with you by noon to get an update. Thank you for bringing this to our attention.
Okay.
Quick one. You see, Awa said...
I thought you were campaigning we move on.
Awa said about 5 or so.
3 days ago.
No.
I said 2 days ago. I'm saying that. I said 2 days ago.
Okay.
I was really...
Wait. Let me finish. Let me finish.
I told you where I got my information.
Let me finish.
I'm saying that. The most important is he missing...
Hang on. Hang on.
Emefa.
Why did they sought clarity if really they had got clarity from me?
Hang on. It's because we're not able to ascertain.
They didn't get that clarity from me. So definitely, that's why they needed that clarity.
Let's not divide their attention.
So I'm saying that the processes, I got it wrong, the processes, but the most important thing is that it is out.
There's nothing to discuss.
I got it wrong. I just got it wrong. But the most important, he has been arrested.
Let me do that.
That's all.
The final one.
Okay.
You see, in this country, there was a time. I said, the people are killing women in this country. You get up in the morning, hey, there is a dead woman here. Another day, there is a dead woman. But we never
saw the families.
We never attended any of the funerals. Are you getting it? Then some people promise that when they take over, this killing will stop. And truly, it stopped. So that one should give you the background info to make sure that
please, let me what you're talking about. These allegations, someone did that, and that was the reason that Daily Democrat was collapsed.
Some of these things,
Daily Democrat did these stories, and they went to court.
Some of these things,
and it was collapsed.
It should not happen. I was thinking you called the CID for the to come
come and then do all these things.
No. Won't do this.
For the Nabi to come and do all these things.
We're all citizens first before we get into
someone's son is missing, and you think that because of your political someone's son is missing, and you think because
of
politics you want to just come and defend this.
Let's get back to the value for money conversation.
Someone who is making allegation, one allegation like this.
What do you have responses to that?
What Nanabi wants to achieve, he has achieved.
That's what?
Well, they just want to put this thing out there to make political.
No, but it's
very important. Someone is missing.
Who put it in public? Who put it in public?
No.
Who put it in public?
Because our family member is missing. We have to put it out.
No,
but
we have to put it out. Questions. These are genuine questions we're asking.
Even here,
and sometimes let's not think that our viewers don't have the. Yeah, that was.
I said Awal posts even more difficult things. I won't say dangerous things. Difficult things than this guy. Awal is more popular. Awal admitted that even this post he kept it a month ago.
That's why we are surprised that you'll be arrested for this. I have this picture on my page.
A month ago.
So why will you arrest him?
Asking question on this does not either confirm or deny it. It does not. It gives me more job to want to look into it, and that's exactly
my worry is that
we understand your job. Also understand.
Will not get up early in the morning, come and sit here, and then give the time to this kind of propaganda.
But
I could have been cool if you called Ghana Police Service.
And I'm saying that.
Okay.
What will we be telling Ghana Police Service after we have taken the information? Let me hear you, Doc. Let's go back to the value for money.
Tell your producer, you don't bring Dr. Tutu here.
Yes.
And then you don't allow me to make my point.
Exactly.
Then you allow the politicians to waste my time.
I'm coming. Let me indulge me slightly. You know that this is not a convention. It's not a tradition. But in fact, I sent 2 bottles of Schnapp already.
Look,
so I apologize before I took the time. Because Awal brought it into the conversation. It's only,
deliberate.
Tell me which politician is not deliberate. Let me hear. No, Awal. Tell me which politician is not deliberate.
We have 4 issues to discuss.
Yeah.
We are not done.
No.
You see. So for me, when you listening to Dr. Atufosin and trying to make a distinction, between the PPA and the VFMO, I am tempted to believe that basically Dr. Atufosin is looking at the technical aspects of procurement, of which he intends to create this VFMO. But then my concern is that if you are not going to create another channel where probably it is going to be controlled by a certain class of people to probably find their way through, and then probably fuel corruption in this country, I think that it will be fine. When you read the narratives about this VFMO, I am tempted to believe that it is essentially about a cost-cutting measure, isn't it? Yes. So if it is about that, and you are creating experts, to look at all these things at another level of procurement, fine, it is good, but I am of the opinion that if that had gone into an already existing institution, which is the Public Procurement Authority, to rather enforce it and make it in such a way that it gives you a one-stop shop. Obviously, we would have been able to check certain dynamics and all that. I was just reading the document and probably asking myself, certain questions, right? Is it going to also be another channel where there's going to be some level of political influence?
Yes.
When you look at it and you see that even the chairman or whoever is going to lead that office is going to be appointed by the minister, right? If you are not careful, either the idea of appointing expert may be lost. It becomes strictly political. So instead of going for an expert, somebody who can bring certain experiences, technical know-how into the domain, you end up appointing a politician, a party member, who probably may not really understand that whole concept for which the office was created. Again, we know that in Ghana, the presidents or our presidents have indefinite kind of power, authority, right? So if you are not careful and the president also favors a certain person, no matter or irrespective of the person's qualification, experiences, technical know-how, and all that, it will probably defeat the purposes of the office. Another concern has to do with this issue about autonomy. Mm-hmm. I'm asking whether their functions are not going to conflict, because listening to Honorable and listening to Hobson, I'm tempted to believe that if you are not careful, this issue about role conflict, is going to crop up. And the moment that kind of role conflict crops up, it will be another case between the Attorney General and the Office of the Special Prosecutor. If the minister means well and want to suggest that this is exactly what I want to do, I think that it is not too late. The minister should sit with experts and then probably come up with a document that will strictly, take away all bottlenecks, all hindrances to ensure that the VFM will receive that kind of autonomy for itself to be able to work and work very well and deliver to the good people of Ghana, whatever we are looking for.
When you say autonomy, what do you picture? What do you envisage?
That issue about
like Auditor General. Yes.
Okay.
Sorry?
Like the Auditor General. Because
let him make it
directly. No, I just
I'm talking about independence.
Yeah.
Where the office can take decisions, even to the
if
point
the finance minister still appoints who would be in charge of it, or the tooling of that office is done directly from the finance ministry, would you see that autonomy?
No, that's what I'm saying, that I made that point earlier.
Yeah.
That probably to come under certain political influences.
And I'm asking to which would be the other way around?
Okay. The video you played, you say you put technical.
No, I have got
the video.
Yes,
Technical people.
Yes, I've heard him.
Yeah.
I've read again.
And I'm asking that, knowing how appointments are done, it's either direct or indirectly in this country, how would the autonomy look like for you if it's not the finance minister constituting the team?
What we are seeing, he's the same person who is going to do that.
What would you rather have?
I would have suggested that there should be probably a creation where the system itself identifies people who would. That's why I support the idea of the PPA. Okay, because that institution has existed and has operated within that environment and understands how it works. So getting and identifying people to man this office would be easier.
So you'd rather the PPA sub or constitute this technical team?
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that if the VFMO was part, was a creation under
you expand PPA.
So who should do the expansion?
The government. With the amendment of the Act 63. That's all.
Which would have still been Parliament.
Exactly.
Doing that.
And my point is that it is just a matter of the minister, saying that this is an innovation I have. All right. So consider it. Create this office in there for yourself or for under a PPA, and then come up with what I expect you to deliver.
Do you anticipate?
But is there already?
So that
when you check the PPA,
to take away the influence.
Do you anticipate an amendment of the existing PPA laws without still adding more technical team, or you'd rather there's an amendment, but it will be the same team implementing the amendment?
No. Because
I'm trying
that
to
is the
see
flaw,
how really
that is the flaw that
the independence can really
that is
bring.
the flaw in the PPA that the minister has identified, for which he is creating this office. You understand?
Yes.
The procedural from the technical issues. And from what I've read, the PPA lack the technical aspects of it.
They have, because they've been doing this over time. You see,
but that is what is there.
Okay, we have an information.
I think you played the video of the minister, and he said that as it stands now, what happens is the lawyers at the Ministry of Finance, they go to the document. And he thinks that if you have a body clouded with what? The authority and technical capacity to be able to deal with those issues will be helpful.
Still working under the legal team.
Don't forget what Doc is. Doc is treating the autonomy, the independence of that.
How do you get the autonomy?
And it's the how, and that's why I'm
So the how, I have an idea.
Wait.
No, you see, I have an idea, and I'm using the OSP as an example.
Because we cannot invite Baumia to appoint them. It's the same government that will appoint them. So,
wait.
In my presentation,
yes.
I said that the significance of this doesn't lie on its existence, but it lies more on it what independence, legal authority, transparency, and enforcement capacity.
And that was the issues we raised when the law was being passed. You see, let me just a minute. What I'm saying is that what Doc is saying, I totally agree.
He has not landed.
In getting their independence, just like OSP.
I am interrogating
the OSP.
No. I'm interrogating Doc on how the autonomy should be.
That's right.
Because we recognize that it can be direct or indirectly, and the influence can be the same at any level.
And that's what I am
answering. It only becomes more bureaucratic.
That's what I'm answering.
But Doc has not landed.
It's just like when they put Doc there. I'm just assuming office
for me,
Doc.
the direct one, okay, I don't know where your direct means, but if the direct one is where the politician, okay, is appointing the head of that office, the VFMO, all right, it comes under that kind of political influence that I've explained earlier.
Okay.
And that is one of the fears, all right. The second point is that if it is indirect, where probably it is not coming strictly under a political appointment, but probably through an institution, a committee, okay, mandated for that purpose, all right? Then the question still comes back again, who is going to constitute that committee?
Yes.
All right.
Okay.
Then in that case, if it is still going to be the politician, then the influence is not taken away.
Okay.
My point is that they have taken a look and see the politician cannot be trusted in all angles.
No, that's why
we are coming from. I am coming from.
I want Doc to land on this.
Okay, I am coming from previous experiences.
Yes.
Okay, and what we have seen. That's why I started the case of the Attorney General and then the Office of the Special Prosecutor.
That is where I also want to even give the clarity there, because the clarity there is that when we set up that office, we carefully selected who are board members of that office.
But the current government didn't carefully select.
No, it's still there. When you check the law is saying that the Attorney General will appoint or will nominate someone for the president to appoint the person, and he will be independent. When you check the board members of the OSP, there are institutional representations. So that's why we're saying that if you like, restructure the PPA, the 9 people appointed by the president, restructure it to the extent that have technical people there, then the president will appoint one person and he will be independent after his appointment, just like Shraj, just like
have you seen the
in 30 seconds, please hand on
I
it.
still doubt if PPA doesn't have the technical men.
They do it.
Actually deal with cost cutting, to deal with the technicalities when it comes to
even in the law.
Public procurement issues and then sole or single sourcing issues.
Okay.
Because with my experience as I've sat in classroom and I've met some of these practitioners come to school, and when they espouse the kind of knowledge that they have, it is just an issue of bureaucratic hindrances that is probably preventing them from delivering some of these things that we are looking for.
Okay.
All right. So for me, Emefa, this is my point, okay, that, look, it doesn't sound as if that the VFMO is going to be a perfect institution, right? Going forward, the question is that are we going to see an independent body,
most likely,
that can deliver, that kind of value for money?
I like to think we all will want to wait and see how this will be. But it'll be a good time to move on to the legal education reform. Director, I have Dafia Mekpa on.
we want
yes,
to talk. Okay.
Yes, so he can go and then we can come back to. But Honorable, thank you for joining us this morning. So yesterday, I saw your post about how much you say you've put a lot of effort in so many years in trying to break the monopoly. Yesterday, the president assented to this bill to make it law. This morning, I have a lot of LLB holders with the intention, with a desire to start their professional law course this year. Yesterday, the assent, I heard the Attorney General speak, but I want to hear from you. What does it mean from this morning as we speak for law students listening to you?
Thank you very much. I'm privileged to have joined you. First, it's a momentous occasion to have this legislation come into effective immediately. One, the monopoly of the Ghana School of Law to continue to train LLB holders for purposes of becoming professional lawyers effectively is evaporated. They themselves under the law have to apply for accreditation to train. Two, other universities that are currently running law faculties, private or public, will also have the opportunity to apply to be accredited to train lawyers in the professional way for purposes of becoming lawyers. Then, consequentially, it has therefore widened and enlarged the access or the opportunities available for the thousands of LLB graduates, both currently in school or those who already have obtained the LLB and are looking for opportunity to access the numerous opportunities that is being provided under the new legislation. Then four, the law schools are no longer going to organize the bar exams. The bar exams will be organized by a separate body, which the exams will be called the National Bar Exams, which will be organized. Some of us are advocating that it should be organized twice a year, January and July. You pass January, you are called to the bar in March. You pass July, you are called to the bar in February. So that when you finish law school, you sit for the bar exams, and then you go on with your life. The other shift that we are going to see is a reduction of the duration of the training at the professional level from 2 years to 1 year. Because the intention is to shift some of the academically oriented courses like taxation, company law, family law, labor law, all to the faculty. These courses can be taken as part of the LL curriculum revision that we anticipate, so that the the professional student will spend more time on civil procedure, criminal procedure, advocacy, drafting, legislative drafting, as well as drafting of instruments, interpretation, evidence related, and all this for purposes, and then I think practice of I think law firm management course. I think there's something like that. So the person can be really ready and minted for after passing the exam to be able to launch it to practice after village.
Okay. I like to think that personally you must have received 1,001 calls. Exactly.
Thousands.
So what exactly does it mean for an individual who wants to take their professional law course this year?
What it means is that the AG, if you heard him yesterday, because the implementation is effective immediately, so he will put his house in order to ensure that the council established under Section 1 of the law, which is the new Council for Legal Education and Training, will be constituted with some dispatch and alacrity. Because the council with its officers, that's the Director General as well as the Registrar, who would now be put together to function by receiving applications from the institutions who want to be accredited for review, assessment, and the issuance of the interim license for them to proceed. And we are looking forward to the fact that all this will be done by July so that the universities or the schools, as I want to call them, can begin to roll out admission processes in August, and by September, the new academic year can start.
Okay. So I can...
If I may slip in this, one other thorny issue has been the issue of entrance exams.
Yes.
For the umpteenth time and for the avoidance of doubt, there's no entrance exams under this law. And let me clarify. Section 90 of the law, as part of the transitional provisions, revokes the LI, that is LI 2355-2018, which mandates the IEC to organize any form of exams at all for the law school, including entrance exams. Their power has been taken away. The LI Regulation 1 to 22 has been repealed by this law. So by operation of law, IEC has no power under law to organize any entrance exam. So those lawyers who are organizing all sorts of extra classes for prospective law students and taking money from them, because of that, they are insisting that there should be an entrance exam. The law says there's nothing like that.
Okay.
Now, the admission requirements are captured under Section 45 of the law. If you read the entire provision under Section 45, we have set out clearly how the admissions to the law schools will be. It is going to be uniform. No law school will conduct a different criteria for admissions than the other. And the admission criteria will be sanctioned by the Council for Legal Education and Training.
Mm. Do you understand and appreciate the anxiety of law students or those who are seeking the professional law course this year, especially at the tail end of what the Attorney General said, that budgetary allocations would be made and will be read by the Finance Minister in November? And by this admission, the convention and the tradition, you understand that if such statement is made, it is then as though it will be implemented the year before. The clarity we're going to be arriving at with you by the end of this conversation is that there would not be any entrance exams in this 2026 academic year. And so if anybody wants to enroll in the law professional course this year, they should just hang in tight and then wait. July, August, you're likely to apply to any of the universities or any of the schools that will be accredited by this new council. Is this what I should arrive at with you this morning?
Absolutely. Then second, Emefa, second, you need to have listened to the Attorney General in the entirety of his interview.
Mm.
Attorney General opened his comments by saying, with the assent just given by the President, the law is to be implemented effective immediately. I think that is the preambular statement.
We shouldn't worry about the budgetary allocations, right?
Hold on. Let me say this. He added that therefore measures will be put in place to ensure that the law is effectively implemented. What does that mean? Setting up of the council, bringing the allies, because we mandated him to come within 12 months with an ally. He can do so within a couple of months so that the allies will operationalize the law. Then the man said, because the budget for 2026 was passed in 2025 December. Do you think that anybody could have allocated money to an entity that was non-existent?
No, but could the mid-year budget review? But could the mid-year budget review make provision for that?
Hold on. So the man said, now when the 27 budget is presented in October, November, proper allocations will be made to the structures that are established under the new law. But it is a basic principle of budgeting that the contingency fund, as we know it, will make funds available for the preparatory things to be done and for the structures under this. Do we have to again say those things?
Okay. Finally, before I let you go, as you know, law students, they definitely would want to have some sort of authority. The law that you have assented to is enough authority for them to rely on that this year they would go to school. So we should have total disregard for the information on the Independent Examination Council body that says that a new date will be announced. If you go to the portal, it says that find out more all about examination schedules for 2026. I just opened it. It gives an update on the professional course that is already ongoing, and then the professional law course entrance exams. It says that a new date will be announced. If any law students is watching me this morning and listening to you, they should have total disregard for this.
Now, Emefa, the supposed notice that emerged and created the problem has itself been pulled down, because my text from the law school tells me that it was not sanctioned, it was not authorized, so it's been pulled down.
Okay.
Now they have brought a notice to say that if there will be any indication as to any exams, a date will be given. Isn't that the case?
Yes.
Okay. Now the power to conduct our exams has been taken away. It no longer exists. So I am certain that the IEC would, within the coming days, reorganize itself and the information on its website.
Okay.
Because they no longer have the mandate to organize any form of exams at all, let alone an entrance exams.
Okay.
And I want to urge the law students to stop listening to people's ideas and opinions and take the legislation. Yesterday, I have put the legislation out. It's all over the place. The assented to and gazetted law, which is Act 1170/2026. I put it out. They should read Section 90.
Which is a transition provision.
And all the transitional provision. They should read Section 45, which is on admissions. Because they are law students, they are supposed to read the law and analyze it and appreciate the issues. And they should read the provisions on curriculum reformations. Law school as well as the faculties. Nobody should be misleading them. Because the problem I've seen is that people have commercialized the entrance exams and are making tons of money out of it. So anything that will destroy it, they are not in favor.
I'm sure you know that entrance exam in itself comes with its own anxiety. So with the passing of the bill and the assent into it also would come with a certain level of anxiety. You appreciate this concern, do you not?
Emefa, you know, as lawyers and law students, we never fear exams. The problem with the entrance exams has been it's the unfairness associated with it. Otherwise, no law student anywhere fears examination.
Many say that we have created a six-way to a one end. Will the challenge of entrance exam be Many say that we have created a six path to a one way. The concern. Do you hear me?
Yes, it's better now.
Okay.
So let me hear the question.
Okay. Many say that we have created a six-way to a one end. The National Bar exam that brings finality to a person's legal education journey. Do you anticipate any challenges at the end of it at all? Many say we have transported or transferred the entrance exam challenge to that end.
No. The entrance exams is at the point of entry.
Okay.
So the frustration levels are mountain high.
Okay.
At the exit, you are done. You are trained. You are prepared. You are minted. You are only ready for your exams. And like it happens in the law school, after part 2, those who make it, they get called. If you don't make it, you prepare and then you do your mini call. That's how it happens. So the people who go through the mini call, the anxiety levels are not as high as those who are seeking to enter. The numbers are greater at the point of entry. At the exit, you are done. You can even go and sit outside the country and write your bar exams. If you pass, you are done. If you don't pass, the opportunity exists for you to prepare and resit. Nobody limits how many times you take a resit of the national bar exam. So how can anybody compare this to the point of entry where the applications are in their thousands? How can anybody compare that to it?
Well,
the two scenarios are completely different.
Okay. Well, Honorable Roxy Dafiamekwa, I'm certain that you've spoken to thousands of LLB holders who are looking to get their professional course done here in this country. And they're looking forward to that composition of the council, looking forward to the schools as well getting accredited and life getting on. Thank you for joining us. Okay.
All right.
There's some clarity.
Clear.
Should we move on to other topics and not to discuss this at all? Because there's clarity.
All of us, none of us are.
Do you have any objections?
Yes. See, there is a challenge. And
what's the challenge?
And the challenge is that, you see, when this is a law that had consensus, even from Parliament, there were no challenges to really the expansion. Because even in our manifesto, we promised to expand it. When you check the 2024 manifesto. But we promised a different pathway. We said that let's expand the existing schools so that they can accommodate more. It was the reason we started building the law village around UPSA, which is in progress as I speak. Now they promised that when they come, what they will do is that they will even abolish the entrance exams. And they have taken steps to do that. But the challenge now is General Legal Counsel issuing out a date. Now the president has signed it. Initially, we were thinking the president will not sign it. That's my thinking, that the president will not sign it now until this process is done. Then they take steps to sit down and look at how they can give accreditation to all the institutions so that maybe by next year they could start. You understand? But now that the president had signed it into a law, it means the General Legal Council stand dissolved.
Yeah.
Now the new legal training council will have to take over.
Yes.
Within this period to July, they will have to accredit all the institutions that will do intake. If they are to start this year, they will have to accredit all the institutions this year so that they can start the faculty within the institutions and so on, which poses a challenge. Because if you listen to the Attorney General, he says that for them to even operate fully, it is in November that the finance minister will have to incorporate.
That's not what he said.
What did he say?
You didn't listen to that.
Well, fine. I brought. Please find that tape for avoidance of doubt.
But I think
it says that budgetary allocation. Will be, he didn't say that for the preface that should.
I'm saying that. I'm saying that
changes that.
When he says budgetary allocation, today they do not have any budget.
But you know, there's a mid-year review. He said that. He says that the contingency budgets will take care of for the transitional process. He said
that's fine. That's fine.
Yeah.
But I'm saying that the challenge now is between now and July, they will have to constitute
What's the challenge with
first.
that? Yeah.
Then after constituting, the universities will have to apply for accreditation.
Yes.
Then they can start this year.
Yes.
Which I think a lot of students, a lot of Ghanaians are happy with this and so on. If they are able to do it within this period, that's fine. But I see some bottlenecks.
What are these?
In terms of, if you're not careful, a lot of the institutions will not really be given accreditation, or some will be given accreditation in a rush. You get it.
Would it be the first time an institution will be getting
No. You understand?
Is that board going to be different from GTEC?
Yes.
It's just a difference. They will look at this, and they will even set the exit exams. Now, instead of the entrance exam, there will be an exit exams, which is after 1 year. Then they will do the mandatory pupillage. Instead of 6 months, now it is 1 year.
What are the bottlenecks you anticipate?
I am looking at the accreditation. I'm looking at the accreditation from now because the body has not been constituted yet. They're supposed to also, the entrance to the faculty, professional is supposed to be in July, right? Or September, right?
Come again?
I'm saying that the entrance to the admission.
Generally, exams last year was on 12 September last year. So if they were going to conduct, I like to think it would be in that area.
Exactly.
Earlier, we saw publications of some date by
31st July.
Yes, which you can see. Now, I did a check and I told you live that it says that a date will be announced soon. But hearing him, he refers you to the transitional provision.
Yeah, no, if you check,
which pulls it down.
Now, since the president has signed it into a law, all the law that existed that we were operating with now is obsolete and we're not using it again. The new law is in session now. They will have to only do the implementation.
Is their duty? The burden is on them.
I only think that at this point in time, this year, I believe that they can, maybe they will look at it, but my suggestion is that they can start with KNUST, but there are already existing institutions that are running the professional courses already, but they will expand it now without giving them the quota.
So let's move on.
Without giving them the quota. But we have to discuss this.
You support it.
So let's move on. I have an issue with even the law because I pointed it out here that getting the president to appoint the board chair and some few other people present some challenges, not necessarily this government, but even the subsequent government. Because you see, General Legal Council is headed by the Chief Justice. Now you have an appointee of the president who will head this.
But when we had the IEC, what was the challenge?
Which one?
When we had an IEC, a body that was solely mandated to conduct exams, what was the challenge?
Space.
No. I mean that you're concerned about the council, about composition and all of that. And I'm saying that, just taking from that analogy, there was an IEC, which was a subsection of the General Legal Council, that was still overseeing a part of legal education. They conduct examination. What was the challenge?
Yeah, but you see, the General Legal Council was headed by an independent person who is the Chief Justice, who appointed Chief Justice. After his appointment, he becomes independent. So, no, he's not obliged to be. That's the reason his tenure is not coterminous with the president. After his appointment, he becomes. You understand?
So, anyway, Doug, you had
so who told you that?
He always wants to oppose.
So, in a nutshell, wow, what is the...
He has said it all. Don't ask him again.
Well, let me hear, Doug.
I see.
Do you have a different position from Roxanne Dafiamekbo? No. It can be. That's why I'm not coming to you.
It can only to irritate.
Okay, no. Then I'll come to Doug.
I have to talk about it.
You have
he mentioned something that I need to react.
Okay, but let me hear Doug first.
So I'm thinking that it is good. We need more lawyers, right? And so not just even the Ghana School of Law alone, but even the Ghana medical schools. We need to expand these areas.
Yes. Very key point.
Right. So we get more lawyers, we get more doctors, we get more professionals.
Yeah, for doctors, the expansion has come
into the system.
We added UDS.
Yeah. So my issue is that you see, when it comes to the Ghana School of Law, for a long time they have been in that small space, and now that they are going to face competition from other universities, it's better they sit up.
Okay. Director, I'll come to you after.
Obviously,
no competition.
Obviously, I think that my leader, Dafiamekbo, has laid bare the facts, and that the clarity is so clear. While try raising issues about some concerns regarding how he thinks that there should have been some delay in implementing this, why they create expansion. That could have been a good thought. But however, we raise this kind of concerns regarding the implementation of the Free Senior High School, saying that gradually the President John Dramani Mahama back then was trying to expand schools. They made a very strong point that we don't have the time to wait. Today, we are faced with clear reality that yes, the numbers have to wait the capacity at the school of law. We all know that.
But the policy is still ongoing, is it not?
The point is that we are all aware of the reality. That yes, 1958, where the school was established, those times people were just moving from what faculty straight to what to training. 1958, 66 years. Yes. Exactly. So that's also when we have to wait. And you can see there has been this a historical position.
It was in the market. So how do they build structures in the market?
I like that. There has been this historical position of what? A General Legal Counsel, that quality is the issue. Quality is the issue. My point is that, yes, it's a fear that we can deal with. Let's ask. Before, I know the faculties were just about 1. It expanded to 3.
They were not even writing an entrance exam.
Not even the faculty now.
Yeah.
Today, you can't tell me that the students being produced by what? Professional UPSA.
1958.
Have lower standards. You can't say the same as what? Science and Tech. You can't say the same as what? Cape Coast. So even the faculties are producing quality students. Wisconsin and Kojo, they are producing quality students. And I think that when you expand and put the measures in place, making sure that we equip them, at least.
I think that the Ghana School of Law, even their license should be taken.
Why?
You see?
No, from 1958 up to now, you couldn't even acquire a plot of land anywhere.
No, they expanded at
No.
Yeah.
That is not.
Well, they found ways to
I'm not talking about KNUST.
Was it be after the
KNUST is an institution of...
What
is the expansion?
Has more to do with what?
You go and rent a room in another person's apartment and you are saying you are expanded.
The United Party will support it. It's going to give
even a while I support it.
A lot of students.
We'll be appointed apartment, 3 bedrooms.
That's
Please,
what
we are talking about expansion.
I want to hear director, please.
Director, like to talk.
Yes, sir.
I'm saying that.
For the first time, I'm interjecting. I want to find out from Awa.
Don't find out from Awa. The UP party has a position on this. The UP party has a position. That's
I'm saying that.
You are saying that Awa doesn't have a policy.
We in the United Party, we support the idea. It will give access to many students to enroll. And one thing that I'm happy is that the duration that has been cut from 2 years to 1 year. Earlier on, we were discussing value for money. So the students who will be entering, at least they are going to make some savings from that long duration that they will spend. I mean, the 2 years that has been halved. At least those who are finding it difficult to pay school fees, once they struggle to...
Okay, that has gone into pupillage.
Isn't?
Do you pay to do pupillage?
2 years. So don't worry.
He said a long time.
It's 1 year. So
he's talking about UP policy. That is not MPP policy. That is UP policy.
It's about UP policy. We are supporting the idea. They've done well.
Okay.
And we'll commend Parliament for doing this. Doc raised a very important issue. Can we extend it to the medical field? Look,
another area.
I met a friend in New York. Her daughter did the WASI here. He did general science. Here, looking at the results, she couldn't have gotten admission to do medicine. But when he went to US, he got the opportunity to do medicine. And do you know what? After paying the first year, by the close of the year, the girl performed well. So all the fees were refunded. And he had a full scholarship. Look, the medical, I don't know, those who look at skin, how do they call them?
Dermatologist? Dermatologist.
That was the course that he was doing. In US, I mean, you don't have them. Are you getting it? So I asked myself, this girl, if we were to be here in Ghana, he would not realize that dream. So let us see how medical school too can be expanded. And then the criteria, unless you have this...
It has come down.
They should look at...
It has come down.
Yeah. What I'm saying...
Initially, it was really
what I'm
6 aggregate, 6. Now, if you have a single number till even 10, you may get admission in one of the institutions.
You know, someone may not perform in science during senior high school. But I can tell you, if you get the opportunity to do medicine, you will perform better than those who were first.
If you don't have the foundation, it will be difficult to.
You see?
If you don't have the foundation of
not
science,
that you
there's
don't
always
have,
a starting point,
not that you
and it
don't
starts
have
with
the
your
foundation.
grades.
Maybe the person did science, but you know, he did not perform like getting that AAA. Are you getting?
So I agree. Maybe
yes.
You look at biology. If he's really to be a medical doctor, you can look at biology and think that if he had done well in biology, but maybe chemistry,
we've made our system so rigid.
Too rigid. That's the point.
The talent.
It may not be that the decision should be arrived on the grades. He thinks that the system is rigid.
That's
but anyway, so Awal, can you let me into the thinking of Dr. Bawumia? Okay. What's the real thinking behind him naming his co-rivals as co-chairs on these committees?
Okay, so thank you so much. I think this committees, standing committee, has been with the party since 1992, but sometimes they come as ad hoc, and sometimes they come as on when we need them and so on, and make it big and make it more permanent. So that's the reason we have 7 standing committees, then 23 subcommittees. The reason is simple. He felt that he has gone into the elections with some people. This is just a home match where in P we say Ekwenyana Ato. Then you needed someone to lead. Definitely there will be people who will join. You remember during the campaign period, he mentioned that in 2026, after his elections, he will use the entire 2026 for reconciliation and reorganization of the party. So in line with that, he felt that he will present their names to National Council, for National Council to approve them, for them to work. Because during the campaign, for instance, Honorable Kennedy Japan has been talking about employment, and so on. So he feels that if you put Kennedy Japan on employment committee as co-chair, he should be able to really give us all the vision and everything that he has with employment, so that we'll be able to give alternative policies to the people of this country when we get to 2028. So the standing committee, the appointment of his rivals are in line with his own promise to bring the party together, have everyone's inputs in trying to really shape the policies that we'll use to campaign in 2028, and after winning, we'll be able to really implement these policies that we will sign with the people of this country.
Okay.
When you check the subcommittees, we deliberately chose people who are technical people in their fields or areas where they will look at the gaps, look at the problems of implementations, look at alternative policies to what will happen today. Initially, you know, in politics, we jam everything and put everything into a manifesto and start running around with it. This time around, we're doing it sector by sector. The 23 sectors, when you check, they embody almost all the ministries, department, agencies we have already. So we try to get people who served as former ministers, former MPs in their areas. For instance, in my committee, you have Hassan Tampuli, who is a lawyer who has served as CEO for NPA before. Then he became an MP. Then he became a deputy transport minister. So this is someone who has really served within the transport sector, who will have the technical know-how. And the other person is also a technical person in that area. Then I come in as a communications person who will be able to really tell the story after the technical people have been able to really
run us through the strategic focuses for. So you mentioned Kennedy Japan is for employment, yes. And then Kennedy Japan would be for,
I think it's
infrastructure and administrative reforms.
Yes, because it's that.
Brian Champon is security. Agriculture, food and security. Yes. Dr. Yawase Duchum for education and human capital.
Exactly.
What challenges do you foresee with this?
I can only see a lot of successes. I can only see a lot of people, because you see, when you check their coaches, they are coaches, and there are other technical people who are to support what they do, so that we'll be able to identify the gaps. For instance, if you call Brian Champon to talk about security, agriculture, and so on, he has served as Interior, Minister for National Security. In the past administration, he served as a Greek minister, and he's someone who has even security background.
Okay.
Working in the U.S. Army and so on, or UK, one of the places. So this is someone who will really give us practical and hands-on policies that will be able to really track down what this government is doing, and again, proffer alternative solutions to 2020. So we may not need to reconstitute another committee to call it.
I hear you.
Manifesto committee.
Your point is quite clear.
The only thing is that all these areas will bring out these policies. We'll put everything together. Then it becomes...
It will culminate into your manifesto. Okay, Doc, what's your thinking about this committee?
Oh, yes.
I mean, the appointment.
Yeah, so I think that it's one of the brilliant ideas to be put forward, which, of course, gives some kind of power distribution, all right? And again, as it were, it doesn't necessarily mean that, ideas are going to be centered on one particular person, But what I see is that the MPP's political or campaign ideas may be coming from different sources of people. Now, so it's about giving individuals that kind of freedom, independence to also contribute, to the MPP's vision and probably Dr. Bawumia's vision for this country. Now, when we check literature, right, we have theories that back these ideas. In other words, that supports this idea. Why you should be able to roll in your rivals, into your campaign or even in governance. And there are also theories that also oppose it. All right. Now, when you check the theories and their respective strengths and weaknesses, for me, I see that Dr. Bawumia and the MPP is trying to ensure that, okay, so let me come from this angle. Let me use the consolidation theory, all right? So basically that is what I see. Dr. Bawumia is trying to consolidate the views, the, the ideas of his own rivals, into his campaign. Like Awa was citing.
I almost thought he was trying to consolidate the loss. But continue.
No, please. I want Dr. Land, so I hear from director. This one is...
How do you call it?
Other people's house matter, so it's not your matter.
It's you. Kennedy Japan was so high in his campaign. He was very high on employment.
Okay.
All right. And he had a decent policy on it.
Okay.
So Dr. Bawumia coming to appointing means that he is going to use that idea, okay, which is not coming from him directly as Dr. Bawumia, right? But he's giving, Kennedy Japan that kind of chance to express and also to use it to support his party.
Okay.
Adichum was good on education, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay. And from
Doc, I'm going to take them one after the other.
Oh, no.
Okay, so you'll be landing on this one, okay? Okay.
See, when it gets to Hupsin and Awa, you give them a lot of time. It appears that myself and Honorable are the ones suffering.
Me, I won't talk.
No,
why?
You are mentioning me.
No, she mentioned me.
My time, they took it.
Emefa means looks, he doesn't like controversy. But you are the man.
Kojo has been giving me time. I want to sit here and Emefa give me time.
This one today they are out. You have never done this.
No, you have left all your time to contest too. Everything have been quiet.
No.
You could have used the time to just finish up.
I'm only informing you.
Okay. It's noted. It's noted.
So you see, Adichum, as we know, based on what he did, is somebody who also has that kind of expertise that that Dr. Bawumia and his campaign team can leverage. And obviously, with this kind of consolidation theory, what I see is that it is not going to be that usual kind of game or business where, if the presidential candidate doesn't move, it means that everyone is at a standstill. You move before they also move. This time, what he's saying is that, look, policy formulation is decentralized. Bring your team up, develop them, come up with innovations, and come up with research that will support your communication. Come up with research that will support, your policies, to the understanding of Ghanaians. Listening to, the other experts and probably the party people, what again I see is that it is not going to be that usual kind of debate where, for instance, as Awa will sit here unprepared and be talking without convincing people. Awa will be talking and be doing this kind of blame games and be picking up with Honorable Batalia that in your time you are not.
Doc, I have to give director some time as well.
Director knows that he took my time.
Oh, no, that would be fair. Let me, director has to say something because they're in my ears. It's time. It's not my fault, really.
I'm
I want to hear from Doc.
I'm landing. So what it means is that with this creation of committees, it is going to be based on policy or policy argument that is based on facts rather than just coming to blame people for what they have done or what they have not done.
Okay, thank you, Doc. Director, let me hear you.
Yeah. I will start by saying that this is much ado about nothing. Because it is a practice that parties, you put committees together to look at certain things. But the headline that he has engaged his rivals or his contenders on all that, look, take it. All those who contested him, he made them co-chair. Why? Are they not capable to chair a committee? Look, about 30 committees, finance committee, his own chief of staff, Fred Owori, is the chairman, no co-chair. You go to electoral affairs, Obi Amwa, body, chair, no co-chair. You go to disciplinary, Honorable Amwakwata. He has been the chairman throughout, so no problem about that. You go to public policy, Kojo Ponkroma, no co-chair, body. You go to organizational committee, Antonia Baifa Kabo, Chocho Mucho, no co-chair. You go to research, Kintrinyako, body. You go to communication, Anakumwa. When it comes to...
I'll have to explain.
No, we'll get into this more tomorrow.
No, I have to explain because this is a misinformation he's putting out. Emefa, I will have to explain. These are the 7 standing committees.
I need to give the last minute.
Sub-committees are supposed to be co-chaired. Standing committees have chairmen.
I gave you the time to speak, so let me just... Director, please let me have clarity. And I'm promising the viewers that we'll have the spokesperson for Dr. Bawumia as well tomorrow, and we'll pick up on this. All the questions I want to ask, I'm not asking.
The letter that General Secretary put out is here. I am reading.
I'm saying that they are the 7. The standing committee is what we have enumerated. The subcommittees all have co-chairs, but the standing committee do not have co-chairs, and this has been in existence from 1992. The subcommittees are co-chairs.
Where are we going with
and they are in the subcommittees.
Let me hear him.
That's all.
It's not your time. Director, please.
He doesn't know the in and out of MPP more than.
I know better than you because I speak to facts. And I'm telling you that when you check out constitution,
When did you join MPP?
even if I joined yesterday,
So please, keep
even if I joined yesterday,
Keep quiet.
I am better informed than you because you're not a member of my
Keep
party.
quiet and let me talk.
You're not a member of my party, so you don't even understand it. I am a member. What is the meaning of this?
No, wow. I said,
What is the meaning of this?
The director. Okay. So,
Emefa, you cannot end the program. You cannot end the
Director,
program.
please land on it.
This is a release from the General Secretary.
Yes.
And I'm
saying that
this is the reason
is it that some of the committees, bring
you have asked, and I'm telling you the reasons.
Please.
Doc,
And I'm telling you the reason.
Wait.
Ask the question.
I don't care whether it's a standing committee or subcommittee.
Okay.
I don't care about that. What I say is that why can't you bring them to the standing committees?
No.
Can't you bring them there?
National Council thinks that they shouldn't be in the standing committee.
You see?
Honorable.
You see?
Let
Let me conclude.
Okay,
Honorable,
conclude, Director.
you see? This thing is just cosmetic.
Okay.
It's not going to work. I have spoken to the camp of Kennedy Japan. Kennedy Japan was not even aware when they released this.
That's not true.
Information.
That's not true.
Right. I am telling you
That's not
on authority.
That's not true. You don't have any authority. You're not a member of our party. Which authority?
Oh.
You are telling me which authority when you're not a member of our party.
Office.
Did you speak to who? Who did you speak to?
Hang on.
What did you speak
You do know how to
You can speak to authority on my party. You can speak to authority on your party.
The party.
It's my party and I'm a spokesperson.
A backbencher like you are saying and challenging people.
Please permit me.
Oh, please stop
A
that.
spokesperson of transport is a bank.
You, a backbencher like
I am not.
Oh, please.
I'm a spokesperson for transport.
Let me hear you. Okay. Let me hear you. Honorable. Yes.
We are
Yeah.
we always look at what is affecting them and how they want to operate. So basically, for me, I think that politics is all about impression management. Having lost by close to 1.7 million votes, you have to do extra. But the problem is that I think that they should also understand calling everybody to come and help push your car doesn't mean that everybody who is there is pushing. Some are actually dragging the car too back. So I hope that we wish them well.
Okay.
But like I said, my good friend is the one I'm happy with. But
Okay.
I'm sure
His appointment, eh?
His appointment. I'm
Okay.
sure he's going to talk for long.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much. Director, thank you. Honorable, thank you. Well, congratulations, Doc.
It's also appointed in terms of sanitation.
Okay.
Yeah, they made sure that they gave us a very filthy Ghana. They left
as a minister there.
We'll get into this appointment and the committee set up a little more tomorrow. But Doc, thank you so much for your time today. I apologize for taking some of your time. Awal and Honorable, please mute their microphones. Director, thank you so much. No, unfortunately. They always do this. Minimal Kingsley Niao. It's not me. Kingsley Niao. It's not me. Thank you so much. But please stay. Please stay.
Welcome to Sulas Enterprise, the shop that deals in industrial machinery such as generators, rice millers, water pumps, compressors, and mowers. From the smallest to the largest capacity, at Sulas Enterprise, we give you nothing but the best from the best brands such as Honda and Perkins. When it comes to our generators, we also sell mowers coming from brands like Honda, Briggs and Straton, and Oleuma. And when it comes to our water pumps, we offer you brands like Lily, and Pedrola water pumps. We also sell rice millers for all capacities. We are located at Spintex Kakalika Plaza. Also, find our various locations as displayed on screen, or call us on the following numbers: 0243-839-463 or 0554-154-416 or 0240-541-493.
Sulas Enterprise, where quality meets affordability.
Hi. Now let me share my wildlife experience with you at Safari Valley Eco Park.
Welcome to Safari Valley Eco Park.
Our electric shuttle pulled up, and in no time, our tour began. We were surrounded by wildlife from the moment we entered the Eco Park. We were greeted by experienced tour guides who took us through orientation and how to better enjoy the experience. Watch these animals roam freely in their natural habitat undisturbed by our presence. We saw zebras, sable antelope, brown crane, mara, silky chicken, nyalas, Shetland ponies, and so many animals I just couldn't keep up. Our tour guides taught us so much about the wildlife, their behavior, and how to interact with them. I even fed them. We also went fishing on a man-made canal. Then we took a break to have lunch in this serene environment. All this amazing experience for this price for adults? This price for teenagers. It's a bargain. As the sun began to set, it was time to go back home, but not before dinner by the campfire. It has been a thrill of a lifetime, and I can't wait till my next visit.
Safari Valley Eco Park, bringing you closer to nature.
Welcome to the Ghana Business Leaders Conclave, a rare time with His Royal Majesty Otumfuo Osei-Tutu II. This exclusive forum brings together CEOs, board members, policymakers, and captains of industry for a high-level closed-door dialogue on negotiation, mediation, and ethical governance for business sustainability, alongside a rare opportunity to engage in a deeply insightful conversation with one of Africa's most influential and widely respected traditional rulers. Theme: Leading with Integrity, Navigating Mediation and Ethical Governance for Business Sustainability. In today's complex and high-stakes business environment, the ability to make sound ethical decisions under pressure is critical. Join us on Friday, 15th May 2026 at 4 p.m. at the Kofi Ohene Konedu Auditorium on the UPSA campus. For RSVP or enquiries, kindly call 024-431-1996 or 024-587-9187. Be part of this defining conversation where leadership meets legacy and the future of ethical governance is shaped. The Ghana Business Leaders Conclave, a rare time with Otumfuo Osei-Tutu II.
In communities big across Ghana, in communities big and small, ordinary people are doing extraordinary things. This is the Joy News Impact Makers Awards 2026, celebrating those who are changing lives, shaping futures, and building hope. From Bimbila in the northern region, Faith Jakpasu is transforming classrooms through innovation, inclusive learning, and life-changing initiatives for students, teachers, and vulnerable communities. From Aflao in the Volta region, Felix Akakpo is building schools, supporting students, and investing in the future of an entire community. In health, from Winneba in the central region, Amos Ando is turning his personal battle with sickle cell into a national movement for awareness, prevention, and policy change. From Nkwanta in the Oti region, Bless Lantam is delivering life-changing healthcare to hard-to-reach communities, even in the face of conflict. From Insawame Dwejiri in the eastern region, Antonio Say is restoring mobility, dignity, and opportunity through prosthetics and outreach across Ghana. From Adenta in the Greater Accra region, Valerie Ajatia is empowering amputees with hope, rehabilitation, and the courage to rebuild their lives. From Anyanui and Noga in the Volta region, Reverend Christian Valeto is rescuing, treating, and reintegrating neglected mental health patients back into society. From Akuse in the eastern region, Alberta Aite is mentoring, educating, and empowering over 1,000 girls to dream beyond limitations. From Senya Breku in the central region, Isabella Akwabwa fighting period poverty and equipping women and girls with skills for independence. In Wash, from Sirigu in the Upper East region, Dr. Anthony Akunzule is improving livelihoods through clean water, education, and economic opportunities for women. From Akache in the Volta region, Senya Bomita is transforming communities through schools, clean water, healthcare access, and youth empowerment. And for the Corporate Partner Award from the Cape Coast Youth Development Association is is empowering thousands of young people through education, skills training, and community development. These are not just finalists. These are change makers. They are nation builders. They are Ghana's true heroes. Joy News Impact Makers Awards, celebrating ordinary people making extraordinary impacts. Who takes this home?
The 2026 Joy News Impact Makers Awards is brought to you by Ghana CEO Summit, a decade of leadership impact. Labadi Beach Hotel, Ayuda, Ghana's #1 services app. Abakun, Services Bebre, New Crystal Hospital, growing in good health. Sulas Enterprise, where quality meets affordability. Water Aid Ghana, change starts with water. Ghana Chamber of Mines.
Those are using their resources, their times to create that change in the very communities that they belong. And thankfully, we've got partners who believe in this vision and they have been supporting us. And this year, we've got Ayuda. And so, of course, my friend Bernadette, today, she came with another friend from Ayuda. They say that Abako Services Bebre. Bernadette, did you have a good 2025? I think for this year, this is the first time I'm seeing you, or we've met. You dear, you are very common. It's good to have you back in studio. Kwame, how are you? Okay. I know about Ayuda, but for those watching us for the first time, what exactly is the Ayuda app?
Okay, good morning to you again.
Good morning, Bernadette.
Good morning to our viewers. The last time I couldn't take your dress, but today I'm taking this one.
That's agreed.
Yeah, the Ayuda app is essentially a digital platform where everyday Ghanaians can make requests for services from skilled professionals. So when I'm asked this question, I like to paint a picture so that they get it correctly. So in moments where you have a leaking pipe, where your car suddenly stops in the middle of the road, or your AC is not cooling properly, you will need a technician. And if you don't have that technician, this is where you resort to calling friends for recommendations. They'll give you someone, you call the person will give excuses. I'm coming, I'll come today. Eventually, if they show up, they do the work, you pay them, and then after they leave, you realize that they did a shoddy job, and you don't know where to call them back. This is where Ayuda comes in. So we have formalized that sector, created an app where you can get services across carpentry, plumbing, masonry, catering, all across. So right on your phone, if you need a carpenter in Kumasi, a mason in Volta region, anywhere across the country, you find all of them on the app.
Bernadette just made it quite simple for you to understand. But it's an app, and people must understand how the app operates, right? So Kwame, you tell us how the app operates or works.
Okay, so the app works very simply. So after downloading the app from the App Store or the Play Store, you open the app, you are required to register or log in. And the registration for customers is very simple. All you do is provide your phone number, you get an OTP, and voila, you are in the app and you can start making requests. For the service providers, it's a bit lengthy because we put in the work to make sure that they are professional, they are skilled, and they are properly trained. So for a service provider, when you are registering, you provide your phone number and your password, and then you are redirected to the test and training center, where you provide the skills that you know how, the skills that you have, the specialties you work on, your Ghana card. You go through the test and training center where you have to, enable your camera so that we know you are the one who is doing the test. You do your psychometric training. So it's very involving for service providers, but that's the work we've put in to make sure that the people who we are bringing to your homes are people who are trusted, people who you can trace. The gap between the formal and informal sector is probably just data concerning the people who are working. So we are putting in the work to make sure that those who are coming to your homes are trusted. So after going through that as a service provider, then you are verified, and now you can...
You too, voila. You can make offers. Both you and the customer will be on voila. Okay. Well, Bernadette, then I'm quite interested in why this app is quite different from the other servers, actually different from the other competing ones. But Kwame has been telling me the amount of energy you put in even in recruiting the service providers. But what more would you like to add?
So just as Kwame stated, it's a lot. I know other platforms are, we have platforms that you can use to make rides and order for food. And with our platform, you can do just much more than finding one category of a service provider. It ranges across, like I stated, carpentry, plumbing, masonry, chefs, nannies, house help, all of that on the app. So we deal in a wide range of category. And even with our service providers, initially you just go to the walls or billboards and just pick a random person's number, and your safety will be at risk because you don't know who this person is from. But for the vigorous process that we take the service providers through, we're able to know who they are, where they are coming from, where they stay, their basic information that we have access to. So we know that when they are coming into your home, you are safe, and then they are safe as well. So yeah, we do.
But Kwame, so why did you decide to be part of My Dear Impact Makers Awards?
Oh, well, because of the work we do, what Ayuda is doing is empowering the youth and trying to give opportunities to skilled professionals. And what the impact makers do, the nominees that we have, they are people who are doing a lot with little resources. I read an article on, I think, my journal, and that said they don't wait for the intervention, they are the intervention. And that is what we are trying to empower our service providers to be the intervention for the businesses and the individuals in homes that need certain services. So, it's about nation building, and we wanted to support a platform that is interested in, lauding the activities and then the work that some of these individuals are doing. So
We're quite grateful that you took that decision to stay with us and walk this journey with us. But Bernard, what message do you have for people who are watching us today?
Okay, so for people watching and business owners and even facility managers as well, I would want them to think about how much time and money they spend in solving services problems. For business organizations, you have to think about your staff accommodation, maintenance, office cleaning, electrical faults that go bad at 6 a.m. in the morning, or even board meetings when the AC suddenly breaks down. I want them to have that picture in their mind and then know that in this decade and this time, the smart systems and efficient systems are the ones that are currently working, and Ayuda forms part of those smart systems. So they should join us and move ahead with us on this journey, because once their operations run smoothly, definitely Ghana also move forward.
Okay, thank you very much. You're quite visible, but again, how can we find you?
Okay, so we can be found on all social media platforms, Facebook, Instagram, X, TikTok as Ayuda_app, and you can call us on 030 0302906 023.
Okay.
You'll be assisted in whether registering or whatever you want.
Auntie Madam, what's your final words?
My final word is, you've worked with us before. You know how efficient the Ayuda app is and how convenient it is. So for users and then new customers coming on board and viewers at home, I would encourage you to use the Ayuda app, because we are in a system of revolution. Technology is taking over, and what better way for technology to take over than you also having your own convenience. Sometimes you might be very busy and you need something to be done for you very quickly. I tell you to look no other further than the Ayuda app for any services: carpentry, plumbing, masonry, house help, nannies, and all other services. The Ayuda help is here for you.
Thank you so much, Bernadette and Kwame. Pleasure having you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for coming on board.
You're welcome.
Stay well. All right, please stay. We have a very exciting conversation. Whatever you do, I do not want you to miss. Stay.
Across Ghana, in communities big and small, ordinary people are doing extraordinary things. This is the Joy News Impact Makers Awards 2026, celebrating those who are changing lives, shaping futures, and building hope. From Bimbila in the northern region, Faith Jakpasu is transforming classrooms through innovation, inclusive learning, and life-changing initiatives for students, teachers, and vulnerable communities. From Aflao in the Volta region, Felix Akakpo is building schools, supporting students, and investing in the future of an entire community. In health, from Winneba in the central region, Amos Ando is turning his personal battle with sickle cell into a national movement for awareness, prevention, and policy change. From Nkwanta in the Oti region, Bless Lantam is delivering life-changing healthcare to hard-to-reach communities, even in the face of conflict. From Insawame Dwejiri in the eastern region, Antonio Say is restoring mobility, dignity, and opportunity through prosthetics and outreach across Ghana. From Adenta in the Greater Accra region, Valerie Ajatia is empowering amputees with hope, rehabilitation, and the courage to rebuild their lives. From Anyanui and Noga in the Volta region, Reverend Christian Valeto is rescuing, treating, and reintegrating neglected mental health patients back into society. From Akuse in the eastern region, Alberta Aite is mentoring, educating, and empowering over 1,000 girls to dream beyond limitations. From Senya Breku in the central region, Isabella Akwabwa fighting period poverty and equipping women and girls with skills for independence. In Wash, from Sirigu in the Upper East region, Dr. Anthony Akunzile is improving livelihoods through clean water, education, and economic opportunities for women. From Akache in the Volta region, Senyor Bomita is transforming communities through schools, clean water, healthcare access, and youth empowerment. And for the Corporate Partner Award from the Cape Coast Youth Development Association is empowering thousands of young people through education, skills training, and community development. These are not just finalists. These are change makers. They are nation builders. They are Ghana's true heroes. Joy News Impact Makers Awards, celebrating ordinary people making extraordinary impact.
The sea is coming closer.
The sea was far from us. It's not this near like the way it is now.
We are losing land. Inosu, Teshi, La, Labadi, Nungwa, homes are disappearing, walls collapsing, families displaced, history wiped away.
Not just Christian Boncasto, but several areas along the coast are vulnerable.
Rising tides, relentless erosion, a coastline under siege.
The government needs to come and help as far as the sea defense is concerned.
When the sea comes home, a Joy News feature series.
By midday, the day has spoken, stories have broken, events have unfolded.
We call on governments and cocoa board to pay our cocoa farmers immediately.
Now it's time to take stock. This is Joy News Today. As it happens, as it matters to you, from Accra to every region, from Parliament to the courts, our correspondents are on the beat, bringing you the latest developments, verified facts, and the context behind the headlines.
This authority is just going to be job for the men. This authority will not affect the suffering unemployed youth.
On Joy News Today, there are no fragments of speculation, but a clear picture of where the country stands right now.
Because of Galamsey, Ghanaians voted against NPP for NDC to come and do better. But the better now,
so you can stay informed, stay connected, and stay ahead. Joy News Today on Joy News. Independent, fearless, and credible.
I'm glad that you've stayed with us all through the show. This one is quite exciting to me because we get to talk about the Festival of Institutional Lodges, and it is one of the most distinguished intellectual and ceremonial traditions in the Ghanaian Freemasonry. Yes, you heard me right. And this morning, I'm joined in studio by Right Worshipful Brother Reginald Nilante Frantz. He is District Grand Master English Constitution. I've also got Worshipful Brother Ambassador Bradfold. He is Chairperson Standing Committee Festival of Institutional Lodges. Thank you so much, both Worshipfuls, for joining us in studio this morning. First of all, anybody that's watching me this morning will say, Freemasonry, yeah, I also have a lot of questions. First of all, before we talk about the festival, I want to know, what is Freemasonry particularly?
Good morning to you and to your audience. I think that there's been a lot of question of who are Freemasons, what do they do and what they are not. Freemasonry has been in existence for a long time, and it's one of the largest civic organizations and also non-religious, non-political, a fraternal and a charitable organization. It has its members worldwide, and it also teaches self-knowledge to its individual and its members. So you would find that it has core principles that we talk about: integrity, friendship, respect, service. And underlying those, you would hear people talk about brotherly love, relief, and truth, because we talk about tolerance, we talk about friendship, we talk about caring for others, and who are both Masons and non-Masons. And we also talk about truth and honesty being the ethics of our society and also our morals, and having strict morals. And so that, in a nutshell, compromises part of what Freemasonry is. And you've promised we'll have a good deep dive sometime.
Yes, we'll do. The 30 minutes I have is not enough. I really want to sit and ask a lot of questions. But it will be okay to just take us back in history, why it started, who started it. I hear you have given me some attributes of it, but what's really the core mandate? What's the object of this masonry? Who wants to take that?
Most of Freemasonry started during the Enlightenment period, and it's been around for in excess of 300 years. In Ghana, as we speak in this particular Festival of Institutions is going to be talking about, it talks about the third epoch of Freemasonry in Ghana, which has been since 1859. Obviously, there has been Masonic activities in Ghana prior to that. As you would notice, during the colonial Gold Coast period to present day, we had the military from the Dutch, the Portuguese, who traded along our coast and built forts along there. And when they came with that history of having Freemasons in Ghana in the various forts. And we have had significant amounts from 1859 down to 1909, where we had the oldest lodge, which is the Gold Coast Lodge, which was formed in 1839. Then we had the Victoria.
1839?
Which was formed. And then we also have Victoria Lodge that came in, and Secondary Lodges. Those form the first epoch. And in the second epoch, you also see where we had United Grand Lodge of Ghana, the Scottish Grand Lodge, and also the Irish Grand Lodge. Papers were presented earlier in 1980 by Dr. Christian Acker on Freemasonry during the first 50 years. And now we have the late Wasteful Brother Harry Sawyer, who also presented another 50 years, giving 100 years of what Freemasonry has been. And this year, we're going to be talking about the last 50 years of that trilogy, which goes through 2010. And so you would notice that we do have significant amount of masonry in Ghana. We have the District Grand Lodge, and we also have Grand Lodge of Ghana. All of those people are Freemasons, but we have the English Constitution, the Scottish Constitution, and the Irish Constitution. In 2009, the Scottish and the Irish amalgamated, and they became the Grand Lodge of Ghana. However, the English Constitution still remains separate and reports to the United Grand Lodge of England. And we do have these common underlying principles of virtue, which I've stated are brotherly love, relief, and truth. And those form the core of what we believe. I'll let Brother Ambassador, Brother Brownful chip in here.
Okay.
Well, thank you very much for your comprehensive explanation about the historical development up to now. In all, we can say we've been in existence for about 150 years. And I think that in itself is worth celebrating. And we've dovetailed it into the activities of the Festival of Institutional Lodges.
Okay, which is what we're going to be talking about. I mean, it's just right that I ask you who's the chairperson for the standing committee for the Festival of Institutional Lodges. Exactly what is this festival about first?
Well, a festival, currently, it's a biennial event. So we have it once every 2 years.
Okay.
And the main aim of the festival during each of the editions is to, first of all, listen to papers about Masonic excellence and so on, papers, 2 papers essentially. We have one paper dedicated to what we call the dedicant for the edition. The dedicant is somebody that is emulated, that is whose life and activities as a Mason is celebrated. So that's a dedicant. And then we have somebody who gives what we call a festival lecture. So these are the 2 papers that are presented during every edition.
Okay.
In addition to that, I might add that we do carry out a charity project in each of the festivals that we do have. But I noticed you were asking the question, and I was just going to add that this started with the 3 universities, University of Ghana, University of Cape Coast, and University of Science and Technology, which all had lodges. So there were 3 university lodges. Yes. And the 3 university lodges, over time, we added the secondary school lodges. So you have Prempe and Fansipem, Adisado Lodge, that also have school lodges and alumni to it. And then further on, added professional bodies. So you have the insurance, you have the medical, you have the pharmacists, or their lodges culminating. And currently we have 12 of them. There are 12 lodges that constitute the institutional lodges. You had also asked about a period of suspension when we started this. And these were during the difficult days of change in political democracy. We came back in 1988 and started the process again. And then we suspended it for a little while. And in 2011, Right Wasteful brother Koabaka Kwanzaa, who was then the district grandmaster, revived it, and we renamed it to the Festival of Institutional Lodges. And it's a main program for the district. And we also attempt to go around the entire country. And this is where we talk about where we are open. It's a public process. We invite Masons and non-Masons to attend, to listen to it. But most importantly, as the ambassador indicated, we choose a dedicant and somebody who has been helping building our nation and who is past. And we honor them through the process.
This person must be a Mason, by all means. Okay. They must have served for how many years?
Not necessarily served. It's more their contribution.
The contribution.
To the nation building.
Okay.
You know, so you will notice we have a significant number of individuals from when we started who have been dedicants. In terms of the choice, we've had chiefs, we've had politicians, we've had academicians, all being honored through this process.
Okay.
And as we get to this year, the dedicant is Emeritus Professor Eastman, and he has been a great Mason, but he chugged a number of firsts. He was the first Ghanaian surgeon. He was the first Ghanaian cardiac surgeon also. He was the first Ghanaian president of the Ghana Medical Association and Dental Association, and also the dean of the Ghana Medical School. So he had chugged many firsts.
Okay.
But most importantly, his Masonic career was one in which he rose to the highest of being a deputy district grand master and also a grand officer within the United Grand Lodge of England.
As Masons, what misconception or what have you heard about Freemasonry that surprises you yourselves?
I think is mostly what we are not, and we get questions about secrecy, occultism, where people think that once you go behind closed doors, there are certain things that you do in secret, but we're not. As a matter of fact, you would find out that what Masons talk about is what most of us do. We talk about fellowship with people. We talk about the charity that we have. We talk about our responsibility and caring, making an impact in our communities that we live in. There is a lot of charitable contributions that goes on from Freemasonry, which is not talked about. We do have a lot of community outreach, and if I go back just a little bit from the COVID period, we contributed significantly to Noguchi, to Konfonochi hospitals, and for them to have fridges that they could utilize. We also contributed to Asantehene's COVID relief fund for food. We gave a lot of uniforms to the children in the north and also refurbed some hospitals in Bolgatanga. As recent as last year, we were in Keta and Ativa,
yes.
And we basically had a medical outreach there. We also had tree planting, and these are the things we volunteer our time for. We spend a lot of our resources. Masonry doesn't give you a checkbook charity. It makes sure that you're giving from your heart, you are giving to people who are in need, and you're making an impact in your community. You know, we currently have 86 lodges that operate in 9 regions with 18 Masonic halls across the country.
And we'll see we have about how many Freemasons in Ghana?
Between the Grand Lodge of Ghana and the District Grand Lodge, we have a little bit of in excess of 2,300 Masons.
Okay.
And then there are also a few bit of crossover because you might have attended a Chimota school and you have an Chimota lodge, but you also belong to the Apothecaries Lodge. So you find people who are crossed. And there is amity between the Grand Lodge of England, Grand Lodge of Ghana, and also the District Grand Lodge that we represent.
Okay. Back to the festival.
Yes.
This year, what's the theme for the year? Do you have a particular theme we're speaking about?
The Masonry in Ghana, the third 50 years.
Okay.
Will be the topic for the lecture.
Okay.
Okay. As I said, we have 2 papers presented at each of the editions. We have what we call a dedication address, which is which talks about the life and works of the selected dedicant for the edition, life and works. And then we have the lecture. So this year, the lecture will be Masonry in Ghana, the third 50 years.
When I read the synopsis, I noticed that you're holding this festival in the Eastern region, particularly in Kojo. Why Kojo? Why the Eastern region?
We try to spread the festivals across the country. We have representation where we have lodges in the Eastern region, Okwaoman Lodge, which is in Abetifi. We used to have a lodge, Eastern Lodge, that operated out of Kojo. So we take all these things that we do to the public, and we've been in Kumasi, we've been in Accra, and the last one was in Cape Coast. So this year, the committee decided to go to Kojo.
Okay.
And so we do have members of Freemasonry who are in Kojo, and also we, coincidentally, when we went, and everywhere we go, we try to meet the Manhini or the chief of the area. Our current Manhini of Kojo is also a Mason.
Okay.
Yes, and he significantly played a role in the type of charity project that we wanted to have. And so we are going to be donating to the Kojo Polyclinic surgical equipment, in addition to refurbing their laboratory for them.
Okay.
And so when we do this on the 13th of June, when we launch, we will go to the hospital and launch the medical equipment that we've given.
So both the festival and, together, the lecture, the activity of donation, everything happens on the 13th of June.
Yes. That's correct.
In Kojo.
That's correct.
Again, typical, let me in. On a typical day of a gathering of Freemasons, what's the activity like in a day?
In this particular one, it is opening our doors to the public to come join us, listen to the lecture address of the particular dedicant and what the dedicant has done. In addition, giving information, which is where we talk about secrecy. Mm-hmm. We're now talking about there is no secrecy. There is no secrecy. I'll tell you this. The most wasteful grandmaster abhors the word secrecy and wants us to be open, wants the language that we use to be basic for people to understand. People talk about rituals, people talk about mystical lectures and so forth. He wants this in simple language that people will understand. You know, most individuals who join Freemasonry have a thirst for knowledge, and Freemasonry does teach that. So there is no secret, and when we invite you in, you listen to the lecture that we have, you ask questions about it, and we try to explain what it is about.
Okay. For example, there's somebody watching me who says that they want to be part of Freemason. Do you need an audition? Do you need to write an application letter? Is there an interview? Or do you need a particular net value to be part of it?
There is no net value. We accept all people from different walks of life into our membership. If anybody is interested, District Grand Lodge has a handle which is on the Yahoo. We also have Instagram and TikTok.
You're available on TikTok, Instagram, and everything?
Yes, we have social media handles.
Okay.
And so you can, but most importantly, you can go online and write to the District Grand Secretary and indicate that I live in this region, I'm interested in Freemasonry, can I have an application? And what will happen is that the District Grand Secretary will look at the appropriate lodge that is near you or by profession. That you like, or by school alumni that you like, and might then direct your application to that. So any individual that is interested should look at contacting the District Grand Secretary.
I definitely would have a sit-down interview with you.
That's correct.
I'm going to open questions as well, to take questions from the public to ask you as well. But in wrapping this interview, maybe finally, for the festival that's happening on the 13th of June, that's your camera. If you have any information you'd like to share that I didn't ask you, you can please go ahead.
Well, the event is at Eastern Premier Hotel at Akufo-Addo. We start what we call the pre-festival activity at 9 o'clock. And this is the commissioning of the charity. And then we start the festival proceedings itself from 10 o'clock. It's at the Eastern Premier Hotel. It's open to everybody. Please come, join in, ask questions. And if after that you feel like joining in the banquet, arrangements have been made for the acquisition of tickets. And then you can join in the after proceedings, the banquet.
Well, thank you so much. I promised to my audience a part 2 of this conversation, and I definitely will bring it. Thank you so much for joining us. This is how we wrap the show. I am Emefa Akosua-Addo. Please stay for Joy News Desk, and I'll see you at 12 for the midday bulletin. Thank you for watching.
Across Ghana, in community.